Welcome to the Pinnacle Athletic Complex in Victor, New York, where tonight the Varsity Media Network presents the 2021 New York State Elite Athletics Football Showcase and College Fair, presented by Prepstar and CRENYS Pizzeria. Folks, we got a special night of football in store for you. Good evening. I'm Patrick Sloan, joined by my broadcast partner, Joel Belthaser. And Joel, what a turnout we have here tonight for this third annual showcase event.
Yeah, Patrick, looking forward to this for quite a while now. Obviously, this was scheduled for a couple months ago, but due to safety precautions, it had to be moved back to now. And ever since then, Coach Marine and his staff have been working diligently to get this, put this together. That 300 plus kids, and you can only do that if the proper safety precautions are in place, and they are. We're going to talk about some of those today. So I know these kids are ready, these coaches are ready, they're huddling down there, getting ready to go. And we are certainly ready. It's going to be a fun night.
It certainly is. As you mentioned, we have over 300 players. We got 32 colleges represented. And earlier this week, we had a chance to talk to Coach Dave Marine. He is the founder of Elite Athletics, and we got his thoughts about this great showcase event.
It's always been an exciting event for me because I think it's a great opportunity to help these kids get to the next level. But it's kind of taken a new meaning on to its own self this year, given the fact that these young men and especially seniors didn't have a fall season, and we're excited that we're officially going to have a season, but unfortunately that's late in the recruiting process. So to be able to have this a few days before the official signing day, I think is a great opportunity for the kids. And I think that's why we're going to have so many kids at the showcase and 30 plus college programs there and the college fair attached to it. And having you guys and Varsity Media live streaming it is more important than ever. I know the last year was huge for kids getting noticed by schools that couldn't make it. This year, it's even more important for the families because spectators aren't going to be allowed in due to COVID restrictions and trying to minimize the amount of kids in one building. It's not the ideal situation. I feel as a parent, I feel for the parents that are traveling a long ways, but I think we've kind of got used to the different normal, I guess, if you will. So it'll be a great opportunity for them as well as some of these college coaches who are restricted to off campus. I think our kids are just as safe with us as they are in a school setting, and a lot safer than if you go into a mall or some store at any point. So feel really confident, and that's why we have over 300 kids there, because they feel confident too in the safe environment. It's not uncommon to have a kid at this showcase who's been to the same showcase the last 2 years with us just because of the positive experience they've had. And coaches are starting to follow them since they were younger. But the kids who have gone on, I like to follow them. And on our website, you can see we probably have over 80 kids playing at the college level just in the last 2 years of the showcase. And some kids are at the level of FBS and FCS, Division II, and plenty at Division III. I think what's unique about our showcase is we don't combine test. I think there's some merit to that, and I think there's some good reasons to do that. In our setting, I talk to college coaches all the time. What are you guys looking for? Every year I say, hey, what did you like? What didn't you like? Because I want to make sure we're giving our kids the best shot to be evaluated at the highest level. And their number one thing they always say, I want to see the kid move, and they want to see him move in their position. So that's why our indie period is a little bit longer than most. I think there's a lot of hidden talent, and I think the coaches that take advantage of it find out pretty quickly that, they really don't talk about it too much because they don't want to let people know what they're finding out in our backyard. I mean, Nate Carter, who came to our first showcase 2 years ago, is playing at the FBS level, and he was not even noticed. He ended up going to the Prospect New York State Power 50 that they had, and he started getting noticed even more. He ran a great 40 there. So I really feel that, yes, in some ways I think our state is behind, but I don't think it's behind because of the effort. We've got some great coaches in Section 5 and 6 and 3 and 4 that just do a great job helping the kids get promoted. And I firmly feel that this showcase this year is really going to catapult our state to a higher level this year and start to bring more attention to us.
This is certainly a labor of love for Coach Dave Marine. a lot of time involved in putting this event on. Coach always talks about getting better every time you step onto the field, and it's an opportunity to take New York State to another level. He really believes that these New York athletes, they don't want to miss out on any opportunities, and he's here obviously to showcase their talents in front of a number of college recruiters and coaches. You see Coach Marine there huddling up with some of the coaches that are in attendance tonight. They feature Andre Fontenette, who's a football coach over at McQuaid High School, also a former Syracuse wide receiver. Mo Jackson is also here, a teammate of Andre's at the University of Syracuse. Jake Zembak is also here coaching tonight. Jake, as we may recall, played over at CRENYS and was recruited by Penn State. So a lot of talented coaches here in attendance. And Joel, we got a lot of activities planned. Taking a look at the schedule, we're getting ready to have Coach Marine. He's going to address all the kids that are here tonight before we get started. Just wrapping up was the college fair, where a number of the players got a chance to meet some of the college coaches and recruiters that are here tonight, kind of a one-on-one personal opportunity to introduce themselves. And we will be soon getting ready to have field session number 1, and that'll include the running backs, the offensive linemen, the tight ends, the defensive linemen, kickers, punters, and long snappers. So as we said earlier, we have over 300 players here in attendance, and we are expecting a great show tonight. A lot of talent here in New York State, and you'll get a chance to see some of it here live on the Varsity Media Network. We have juniors, seniors, and sophomores here tonight. And because of the fall football season being canceled, it's a different opportunity, so to speak, for these players tonight to really get a chance to showcase some of their talents. They haven't been able to really be on the football field all year because of COVID, but we are hopeful for a spring football season, so I know these players are looking forward to that.
Yeah, I know Coach talked a lot about that. That's big news that came out just about a week ago. The news everybody was hoping to hear, and we finally heard it, that the high-risk sports have been cleared to play with the proper safety procedures, so now the school's working to get those schedules and everything in place. So I know I can speak for a lot of people and say, I'm ready for some high school football.
Oh, yeah. And we'll, of course, have a lot of football on the Varsity Media Network. We're looking forward to bringing the game home to our viewers. And Joel, as you mentioned, safety is really a big concern tonight. I know Coach Marine and his staff have made sure that all the players have had to go through a safety check before checking in tonight. They had temperature checks at the door. They had to fill out paperwork. And here are some of the safety protocols that are in place. We talked about the health screening before entering the facility. Masks are required for players during the event tonight, unless they're unable to wear the mask because of their activity on the field. If they need to take the mask off, they can, but it is required for the players tonight. And one thing that's also important is the players have to sanitize their hands coming on and off the field. So as you see, some of the safety protocols in place to keep everybody safe tonight.
Yeah, it's again, like I said, spent a lot of time getting this ready because when you have so many kids, that's the number one priority at this point. And we see Coach Marine looks like he's getting ready to, he's calling everybody over. So we're lucky to have Coach Marine mic'd up. So let's head down to the field and take a listen.
Here. Go ahead and you guys can kind of spread out semicircle so I don't have my back to you. Take a knee, fellas. Try to get some space from each other. Try to be arm's length away from people. Try to spread out. You guys can spread out all over here. Way over here, guys. let's just not go past that yell so I don't have my back to anybody. Try to keep yourself spread out, fellas. You guys coming around, come right around to the front, would you? Come right around to the front. We'll squeeze in here. Be shy. Want to be in front? Good man, good man. I say a number, clap that many times. I say a number, clap that many times. 1, 3. 1, 0. Hey, anybody know how many days we got left until football actually starts this year? Pretty close, right? It's right around the corner. Usually when we have this, the season's already ended. So I'm excited. I just had a meeting with the coach, kind of emotional. I'm in 51 years that I've not played football in the fall. So I can imagine a school player how emotional that is. So I'm ecstatic that we could pull this off to have you guys here to be a part of this. This is our 3rd annual one, and it keeps getting better. And it only gets better because of guys like you that want to get off the couch, get off the TV screen, and get better. Continue to do what you're doing. Opportunity to get worse. You never stop. Your job when you walk off this field is become a better player, become a better man. Couple over. Number one, here, free. We need to get out of injury free. How do we do that? Be mindful that you're all in a fraternity. We have guys from Long Island, guys from Brooklyn, guys from Pulaski, Section 2, Section 3, Section 6, and that on the other side in a different color. That separates your class. You're in the same jersey and you're in the same fraternity. So compete, but elbow up afterwards. And if he gets you, he gets you. Let's get him next time. Okay, so get out of here injury. You have an injury or you need something stretched out. Liz, if you could kind of wave, that's the only time you're going to meet her. Okay, that's our trainer. Or tape, please see her. Number 2, different than usual. The mask needs to stay on above your nose, your mouth at all times. If you cannot tolerate the mask at any point in time in an activity, get 6 feet away. Take advantage of the Velcro doors that are along the side. Feel free to step outside, get a breather, get water. We will have some times to get water, but we want to get. Most showcases have an hour in a field. We got an hour and 45 minutes. So we want to. So feel free to excuse yourself from a drill to go get water. But be mindful of this. Be mindful of that. And lastly, have fun, fellas. Have fun. This is a great game. This is a great game, and it's a day to have fun. Okay, now, I'm up here as Coach Marina, as the head football coach at Wayne Central. Like I said, it's been, 40 plus to 50 years, every fall I've been doing something with football. And we started years ago. But we couldn't be where we are today without a lot of help. So I'm going to have the coaches, if you can come around the front, the high school coach there help. I'm going to start off with Coach Kramer. Where are you, Rob Kramer? Where are you at? Well, listen, Coach Kramer came on board this year, and he's a big part of our success. I'm going to let the coaches introduce himself, but I need behind the scenes. We've got 20 plus college programs here, 50 coaches here, and you've got another 10 plus colleges because of the restrictions of their COVID and not doing off campus. They are doing it live stream. And the guys watching live stream right now have your numbers and everything about you. All right, so if your school isn't here, you're getting looked at. All right, and we'll update the list for those guys that may have not got a shirt today. We're going to update that list today and send it out. But I want to thank Coach Kramer for all your help. So thank you very much. Introduce yourself, and then we'll go Coach Russ.
Yeah, they're going to introduce the rest of the coaching staff here.
And as Coach Marine says, the message tonight is have fun. This is a great opportunity for these guys to get back out on the field and really show these coaches some of their skills and what they can do out on the field. When we do get started, Joel, session number 1 is going to feature the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman. That'll take place on field number 1. That is left to right on your screen. And then in the center field, field number 2, we'll see the running backs and the tight ends. And then over on field number 3, we'll have the kickers and punters showcasing their talent.
Listen, if you don't today, that's on you. You got a great staff. They're even better men. That's why they're a part of this program. So be coachable and get after it. 1, 1, 5, 1, 1, 0. Hey, we're getting better. Our goal is to be sharp on that by the end. Now, here's your first opportunity to be coachable. We're going to line up line. Then we'll dynamic warm. It's going to transition you to your indie at some point. Okay? So right now, I need. Let's go from going back. I need all O linemen to stand up now. All O linemen. If you play offensive line, come on over here. Coach, let's set them up 1 through 5 lines.
And as you see the players tonight, the players wearing the blue jerseys are the senior class. The guys in red represent the junior class, and then the white uniforms are the sophomores. And I don't believe we have any freshmen on here tonight.
I think you're right. I think just sophomores, and typically this is just juniors and seniors, but with the lack of a season last year and the interest, it's nice Coach Marine opened this up a little bit for some of the younger guys.
So right now the players will get a little stretching in before we get down to some of the drills tonight taking place during the session. The first session is going to last about an hour and 45 minutes. We'll go to about 6:30 on the first session. And during that time period, we'll have a number of special guests joining us tonight. We're looking forward to that. We were going to be hearing from some of the quarterbacks that are in attendance tonight. Tyler Zalkowski from CRENYS. He's going to be going to Albany. He'll join us at around 5 o'clock today. James Knapp from Victor. He'll be by as well. So we got some guys that you want to stick around and hear from. Capture the excitement that they have being here tonight. Just how special this is.
Yeah, great lineup of guys coming up to share their thoughts on the showcase and the recruiting process, and you know, getting ready for the season and what they've been doing to stay in shape with COVID. So looking forward to talking to a lot of big-time players. You'll hear later in a full interview we did with Coach Marine. There are just so many good players in our area. In New York State, thanks to camps and clinics like this, it's finally elevating to where we really should be in terms the talent's there. It's just the recognition, and that's what these showcases and these clinics are all about. And you know, hats off to Coach Marine and all of these coaches that are here volunteering their time to help these kids get recognized.
Yeah, this is really, as I said earlier, a labor of love for Coach Marine. He wants to see these kids get recognized for their talents, wants to give them opportunities to take their game to the next level. And he's got great support here in the community with his fellow coaches. And just the fact that we have over 300 players here really speaks to the fact of this has become a great event. This is the 3rd annual, and each year it gets bigger and better. And new for this year is the College Fair, which we will be seeing a little bit later tonight. That's an opportunity for these players really to get to meet some of the coaches one-on-one and get a chance to talk to them and express their interest. And it's just a great opportunity all the way around.
Yeah, that's a great aspect of this showcase that you don't see in many of these football clinics is you get hands-on with these coaches that are here. You mentioned before 30-plus college coaches in attendance, and hopefully we get to hear some of that back and forth, and some of the things that they talk about from coach to player. So I'm interested to see that. The first one already happened. Obviously, we weren't on air yet, but we're going to bring everybody some of that here after this first session.
And the big thing Coach Marine always talks about is getting better every time you step onto the field. So these players, they're going to walk away with something tonight that's going to help them during their football career. They'll take something away from this event. It's always about improving, getting better, working hard, really dedicating yourself to the sport. Coach Marine is a big proponent of seeing these guys do their best and trying to take their game to the next level. Got some familiar faces here in attendance tonight. Some of the players that were here for last year's showcase. Connor Williams is here from Victor, and we'll see Connor here in the first session. He's put on a few extra pounds since we saw him last time. It's really gotten himself bigger, stronger.
Yeah, you see him right here in the line in front of us, and saw him a couple years ago and didn't think he could grow anymore, and he just keeps getting taller, and he's pretty nimble. We saw him on the basketball court. He can move pretty well, but we see him on the O-line and D-line, and he's a pretty impressive young man.
Yeah, he's wearing 128. We see him right there, Connor Williams from Victor High School, part of the Blue Devil contingent here. We'll be talking to his teammate James Knapp in a little bit. He'll be joining us here in our broadcast location. Here in the first session, we will be seeing the running backs, and there are some running backs that we'll be keeping our eyes on tonight. One gentleman is from West Genesee, Xavier Brumfield. He's a senior running back, 5'11", 190 pounds. Last year for West Genesee, in his junior season, he rushed for over 1,400 yards, had 14 touchdowns, 22 receptions. He had one game last year, pretty phenomenal, where he had 357 yards rushing on 20 carries and 3 touchdowns.
That's a pretty good day.
Yeah, I would say so. For some, that's a season. He did it in one game. He's planning on studying business. He does have an offer from Sacred Heart. So Xavier Brumfield will be featured here in this first session. He's wearing number 69 in blue. So we'll be keeping our eyes out for him. Just one of the many running backs that we will be taking a look at. Another running back to keep your eyes on tonight is number 82 in blue, Dan McShane from Averill Park High School. He's 5'9", 185 pounds. He ran a 4.5 40-yard dash. He was an all-star running back, first team. He has already gotten a couple of offers. Utica College has made an offer to him, along with SUNY Mooresville. The Utica coach, Blaze Fagiano, is here tonight, so he'll obviously be keeping eyes on Dan. And he's just another running back that has had an impressive career up until this point, and trying to spotlight his talents tonight during the showcase.
Yeah, it's really just a nice experience, to get to see some of these kids a little more one-on-one. I mean, you see them on the field, it's as they play, you see their highlights. I mean, obviously we're local here in Section 5. We know a lot of the Section 5 players out here, but to see some of this top talent from outside of our area, it's nice to be able to see them in person. And one thing Coach Marine talks about a lot, he talks about in our interview, is coaches want to see more than anything else how well kids move. He wants to see speed, agility, how they handle themselves on the field, because obviously they're not and pads tonight, and there's no contact, but the coaches watching and the coaches here, they want to see some of these kids. They want to see them real life speed and how quickly they move.
So the warm-up is continuing. Just a few minutes, they'll break into their individual sessions. Once again, we have the O-line and the D-line over on field number 1. Running backs and tight ends will be right in front of us here on field 2. And then the kickers and punters will be over on field 3. Speaking of some of the kickers in attendance tonight, we have Preston Whitmire from Brighton High School, class of 2023. We also have Tyler Pucci from Fairport High School. He's wearing number 44 in red. And we have some senior kickers here. Kyle Farewell from Southern Hills Storm, Bryce Carroll from Fulton, and Hunter Makowski from Clarence High School. So we have 5 kickers participating in the camp, and they'll be over on field number 3 tonight.
We'll take a look at them, some of them here tonight. It's nice to get special teams recognizing these camps too and get their coaching, because it's just as much a part of the game as anybody else. So very well represented across the board. You could see a lot of offensive linemen, obviously the quarterbacks, I'm going to talk about the quarterbacks and the running backs, but a lot of offensive linemen, a lot of defensive linemen, a lot of defensive backs, so in wide receiver, we got a lot of talent here.
Yeah. We have 80 wide receivers along with 50 quarterbacks. So we have some guys on the offensive side that can really light up the scoreboard. And it's great to have so many of these players here tonight. We have a beautiful day here in Victor, so no travel concerns. A little chilly, but the sun has been out, and it's going to be warm inside here tonight. Some hot action on the field.
Well, it's a little cold, but if you remember, Patrick, last time we were here at the last event, it was ice and snow and cold, and we could take cold. We're inside. We're all bundled up, but it was a little easier to get here today.
I remember last year, a couple of the coaches, because of the travel conditions, could not make it here to the showcase, but because of Varsity Media with the live stream, they were able to watch it from the comfort of their own living room.
Yeah, and we want to take this opportunity to thank all those people watching. We are certainly going to do our best to spotlight as many kids, as many players as possible. Obviously, we won't have a chance to talk about every single of the 300+ kids here, but we are going to do our best to represent everybody that's here and show you as much as we can while you guys are watching the stream.
All right, so now we're seeing some of these individual sessions take place. In front of us are the running backs and tight ends. We're hopeful to have some of our special guests come joining us. Understand that Tyler Salkowski is running a few minutes behind, so we're hopeful that he'll be able to join us in the not too distant future.
A very, very exciting quarterback. We've gotten a chance to see him a lot at Aquinas in the seasons that he's had the last couple of years, and already committed, but he's just here. He's here because he wants to keep getting better. He wants to keep practicing. He wants to keep getting, taught up. So it speaks a lot about him to want to be here, even after the recruiting process is essentially over for him. But he's here to learn. He's also here to teach. So hats off to him for the dedication.
So we're seeing some of these running backs kind of catching the ball out of the backfield here. That's what they're working on right now, as the coaches are throwing them a little pass. See their footwork, their speed, their agility, ability to catch the ball. Be interesting when we do have some of the players join us just to get their thoughts on participating in this event. I imagine some are, you know, a little nervous, perhaps anxious. Anytime you're out showing your abilities, you know, maybe get a little nervous about it.
Yeah, certainly, but you know, it's just like game days. Once they get out in the field, I think all those nerves kind of go away, and they just get down to playing ball. And I think the nerves are probably gone by now, I would think. Try to peek in on the special teams over there. They're working on their kicking and punting at the moment.
Yeah, we see number 48 in blue over there at the kicking. He's number 48 once again. That is Kyle Farewell from Southern Hills Storm. In front of us, we are watching the running backs and the tight ends. And over on field one are the big guys, the offensive linemen, the defensive linemen.
See them right now. New York. We have some offensive lineman highlights too. Do you want to take a look at some of these featured offensive linemen that we've been told to keep an eye out today?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, Joel.
So we get a look at them right now. Go back over to camera one to get some shots of the offensive linemen. So we see the running backs right now. There's a good view right there.
See Connor Williams wearing number 128 from Victor.
We'll take a look at Connor right here. Some of his highlights from last year. Taking a look at some more of Connor Williams' highlights here. He's switched over to the defensive end, and obviously a big run stuffer. And back in the D-line here.
Yeah, Connor is 6'11". He's listed at 410 pounds. Has a 3.7 GPA. Has scored 1,200 on his SAT, so he's a scholar athlete, doing it both on the field and in the classroom. He's had some offers already from Clarion University and Mount Marty University in South Dakota.
We got our first interview of the night.
Yes, we have Jaden Pereira going to be joining us here momentarily. He's getting mic'd up. Can you hear me okay, Jaden?
Can you hear us now?
Is it bumped up?
Yeah, it's a little lower on yours, so we'll try to speak up a little bit when we ask you some questions.
Okay. So Jaden, first of all, welcome to the showcase. I know you'll be out on the field here in a little bit. You are a senior quarterback from New Rochelle High School. What are you hoping to accomplish in tonight's showcase?
Well, I just want to show my talent because I haven't been able to, so I just want to show to all the coaches what I have and what I'm capable to do.
How difficult has it been not having a fall football season for you? As you said, you haven't really been able to showcase your talent because there's been no games so far. How has that impacted the recruiting process for you?
It impacted me pretty hard, but there's nothing else to do other than just work out more and get better at what I do.
As you look to transition to the college football, is there one area of your game that you're trying to improve upon the most?
That's more accuracy. I need to work on my accuracy, and everything else can improve.
We're watching some of your highlights here from one of your games earlier in your junior season. And as we check it out, tell me a little bit about your team and how you guys did last season.
New Shore football we're fast, we run fast, and we're just a great team overall. We won the state championship last year, and just nothing but ball players on the team.
Now I see you're a left-handed quarterback. Is that an advantage for you? Do you feel lefties have a little bit of an advantage at all?
I see it as an advantage, but some people might, but I see it as an advantage for me because not really a lot of people are lefties, so yeah.
Now, is there any particular quarterback you try to model your game after?
Russell Wilson and Kyler Murray.
Two pretty good role models to try to model the game after.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about this off season, not being able to play games. What have you been doing to stay in shape, stay sharp?
I've just been in the weight room a lot and working on my conditioning and trying to get faster, and some quarterback drills with my coaches to make sure I'm still right when the season does come.
Speaking of the season, it looks like we will have a spring football season. How excited are you to finally get onto the field and showcase your talents?
Very excited. I've been waiting for this for a long time.
What's New Rochelle team looking like for this season? You said you won the state championship, the AA title in 2019. What about here in 2021?
It's crazy. We're better than ever. Yeah.
So you guys will definitely be a team to contend with. That's for sure. Tell me a little bit about the recruiting process to this point. Have you had some colleges express interest?
I have some colleges. I worked through Prepstar, and it really helped me get out and get some exposure from what I had before.
Tell me a little bit about some of the colleges that have expressed interest. Can you share some of those?
Yeah, I have St. John Fisher. Some colleges looked at me. A lot of colleges, not a lot, but some colleges on Prepstar have looked at me, like Widener College, and yeah, those are the colleges.
Yeah, St. John Fisher, boy, they have a beautiful facility there, home of the Buffalo Bills training camp. So as a high school player playing college ball at Fisher, that would seem like to be a great experience.
Yeah, it would.
So my one question to you is, after all this, the year and a half without football, how ready are you to get back on the field?
I'm more than ready. I can't express how ready I am.
I mean, what have you been doing? What have your teammates been doing? I'm sure you're keeping in touch every day, even without practice and everything. What are you guys doing to keep yourself in shape, keep yourself focused, keep yourself ready? What have you guys been doing?
Just working out. We have some personal trainers that we work out with, and they just make sure we're right for the season and we're not out of shape and whatnot. So, yeah, just working out every day, working on conditioning and our drills.
As far as the game of football itself, how did you get involved in playing the sport?
As a kid, my dad used to put on the TV. I used to just sit down and watch with him, and we would end up throwing the ball, and I just saw myself in a game. I always picture myself in a football game, no matter where I was. Even if I was in the living room, I would just picture myself in a football game, putting myself in scenarios for game-winning games and everything. And I'll just throw the ball to my dad. And ever since, I've been playing flag football and Pop Warner up until now.
Did you always want to be a quarterback?
That was always my position.
Yeah. Nice. You mentioned your dad. How much of an influence has your dad had on your sports career?
Big influence. He's always kept me motivated and humble. And without him, I don't know if I would be here right now. So.
And when it comes time to decide on a college, what is going to be the most important thing that you're looking for in making a decision like this?
Coming down to a college to pick, just off the feeling, off of the gut feeling that I have. If I feel like it's the right college to pick, I'll pick that college.
Now, when you're not busy playing football, what else do you like to do to have some fun?
I'll play games with my friends, just hang out with my friends, probably go hang out with my family, watch a couple games with my dad.
Now, outside of you being here tonight, have you brought along some of your teammates from New Rochelle? Do you have some of your buddies here?
No, sadly not.
Oh, okay.
A lot of times we hear stories of, when you come, especially when you come far away for a showcase like this. Have you met any people you've connected with, or is it nice meeting other quarterbacks and kind of sharing stories, swapping war stories?
It's nice meeting other quarterbacks because you don't know what to expect from every other person. So meeting new people is very great, and Coach Dana helped me get here. He told me about this, so thank you for that, Coach Dana.
Very good. Well, Jaden, we're going to let you get ready. I know we have the college fair coming up. You'll get a chance to participate in that. Are you excited to meet some of these coaches and recruiters and introduce yourself to them?
Yeah, I am excited. Get to introduce myself to some coaches and just see everybody.
Well, we certainly wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Good luck with the whole recruiting process, and have a great time tonight. Have some fun.
Yeah, enjoy that session out there with those quarterbacks.
Thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, that's Jaden Pereri from New Rochelle High School joining us tonight. Thank you for his time as he gets ready to compete later tonight in the showcase. We'll continue with our first session of the night. We have about 15 more minutes or so in this first session. We have the running backs and the tight ends here on field number 2. We have the offensive linemen, defensive linemen, and on field number 1, and the kickers are showing their kicking ability on field number 3.
Yeah, and we're just gonna try to show you as much as possible. I mean, there's so much going on. We do have 4 cameras, so we're gonna keep switching back and forth so you can see as much of the action as possible. And the one nice thing that Coach Breen does really well is after the showcase, he actually takes all of our film individually and puts them on his website. So you can go back and see if you just want to see what the running backs did the whole time outside of our broadcast, then you're going to have the running backs camera. Same with all the different position groups. So afterwards, a couple weeks after the event, you'll be able to go on and see each individual position and see all of the action from their session, which is a really nice thing.
That is a great bonus for these kids to have this video footage provided that Coach Marine will post and give other colleges and recruiters a chance to take a look at it. Taking a look there at number 44. One of the drills here, as you can imagine, we have quite a list of players in front of us here, so it takes a little bit of time to figure out who's who. We'll try our best. The action is happening so fast at times.
Had so many players, he had to go to the color-coded system. Three different colors, 3 different sets of numbers.
Once again, the players wearing blue are seniors. Those wearing red are juniors. And the guys in the white jerseys tonight are the sophomores. So 3 classes represented, over 300 players in attendance.
We're going to rotate a little bit here, switching up sessions over on the far side.
Once this session ends, we will have the quarterbacks, wide receivers, and defensive backs will be checking in. And then they'll have the college fair at about 6:30 tonight. we'll have session number 2. Once again, this session goes to 6:30, so we still have plenty of time left in this session. As Coach Marine mentioned earlier, we have about 32 colleges represented in the showcase. Number of coaches here in Section 5 across the state helping out tonight, including Steve Leon, head coach at Brighton High School, John Russ, the head coach at Honeoye Falls Lima. We have Ryan Kramer, the offensive coordinator at Rush Henrietta, Garrett Parker, assistant football coach at Honeoye Falls Lima, Bobby Bates, head coach at McQuaid. They're out there working with the running backs as we speak.
I was a little late there for you, Patrick. I'm sorry. There's a look at the coaches, and quite a representation there. Section 5, all coaches that we know and work with, and we have a great group of coaches here in Section 5.
Some of the other coaches that are here as well: Andre Fontenette from McQuaid, former Syracuse wide receiver, along with Mo Jackson. Mo was a standout at Syracuse. Great seeing those guys here. I know a lot of the players will look up to Andre and Mo, Division I college athletes. Kind of pick their brain a little bit. Giving back to the players. It's great to see these coaches helping out tonight. We will be speaking to Andre a little bit later, around 7 o'clock.
There's the rest of the coaches. Patrick, I apologize if you've already named the offensive and defensive line coaches, have you?
Haven't gotten to that yet,
Okay.
Joel. So
Okay.
You can see some of the guys joining us tonight. Mike Weimer, from offensive coordinator at Brighton, St. John Fisher College graduate. Mike Stump, head football coach at Webster Schrader.
We got one more set of coaches here. Special teams coaches.
Special teams, we have Sam Watts from the Special Team Academy. He's a kicking specialist. Mike Raynard from Edinburgh University of Connecticut, former Arizona Cardinal punter. And Jason Benham, head football coach at Gates Chili.
That's a nice grab there. Good timing. Colin McGavin from West Jenny, coming right at the camera.
We are waiting to have a couple more guests getting ready to join us. A couple of quarterbacks will be joining us momentarily, so we're looking forward to that. We have both Tyler Zalkowski and James Knapp, two of the standout quarterbacks for this showcase. We'll get them mic'd up here momentarily and get a chance to speak with them. We're about 40 minutes in on this first session. Momentarily, we will be speaking with Tyler Zalkowski, quarterback from Aquinas. Looking forward to that. Tyler, this is Patrick. Can you hear me? All right, once again, we're going to welcome Tyler Zalkowski, senior quarterback from Aquinas, joining us now. And Tyler, first of all, congratulations. I know you're headed to Albany to play college football. What went into your decision to join the folks down the thruway?
It was not a lot. I mean, the whole process was just a crazy thing, going with the whole state of the world right now. But I looked into the school. They offered me in early or late May or early May, and from then on, I kind of just had a feeling like I kind of knew that was the place. I looked into the school. The academics are amazing. They had a bunch of meetings for me to go to with Zoom. Their offense is amazing. I'm looking so forward to it.
You mentioned how crazy this whole recruiting process has been. The fact that you weren't able to have a fall football season, makes it quite unusual. How difficult has this been for you to kind of have to sit on the sidelines to get back out in the spring to finally get back playing football? How has it been for you to kind of deal with all that?
Kind of just been working out a lot. I mean, that's the biggest thing. At first, it was really hard to kind of adjust to not really doing anything and sitting in your house. But it got better as time went on, and with the whole recruiting process kind of going how it was going for me, it kind of gave me a light at the end of the tunnel, which helped me. And now we're here, and I'm looking forward to it.
Now, as you mentioned, you're going to be going to Albany. How important was it for you to kind of stay somewhat close to home? I know a lot of your family and friends can make the trip to see you play. Was that important to you?
Yeah, definitely was. I have a huge support system with family and friends, and even teammates and alumni from CRENYS that said they're gonna come up and see me play at Albany. So it was. I was really glad that Albany ended up offering me, and then I'm gonna end up going there.
We're taking a look at some of your highlights. This was from a game at Frontier Field, and some of the other highlights from the past seasons. Tell us a little bit about you as a quarterback. What do you think are some of your strengths?
Some of my strengths, I'd probably say I have very good accuracy. My footwork have gotten better throughout the last couple years. I have a strong arm, but I can't really do it without my teammates around me and my receivers. Manny Russell, huge part. Will Benjamin, Zach Kelsey, huge parts in in how well I do on the field. So.
Now, CRENYS has a history of producing some pretty good quarterbacks. Jake Zembak, of course, CRENYS grad. He went on to go to Penn State, and I know he's out here tonight coaching. Has Jake had an influence on you as well as you developed?
I'd say a little bit, definitely. This whole past summer, like when we were able to be outside and be able to social distance, I'd be working with him a lot and working on my footwork and stuff like that, helping me fine-tune my mechanics and stuff. So, yeah, definitely.
And how about the coaching staff, Coach Encino and Pincelli over at CRENYS? How much credit do you give them to how you've developed as a player?
I give them all the credit. Coach Encino has been a huge part in my life. He's been there since I started really my high school career at CRENYS, since my freshman year, and Coach P is a huge part. I've known him since I was yay high. Yeah, I give him a lot of credit. Coach P has turned me into the guy I am today. So.
Awesome. Talk a little bit about what you've been doing in the off season, so to speak, to stay in football shape. You've been doing a lot of work in the weight room?
Yeah, I've been working out as much as I can at my friend's gym or with Coach Mo, or even at school, Coach Mo Jackson. I do a lot of my throwing there to just keep my mechanics good, and definitely weight room's a big part of it also.
Awesome. As far as the showcase itself, what do you hope to accomplish here tonight?
I just want to go out and kind of just want to go out and throw. I mean, I haven't really gone out and thrown in a while. It's been really cold outside, so I've just been looking out to go out and throw and just be the best me that I can.
What's it like being here with so many of the top talent here in New York State? We have, I believe, 80 quarterbacks in attendance. There's a lot of talent here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We got a great turnout, and I just can't wait.
Want to ask you about being a fan of the game of football. Do you have a favorite NFL quarterback that you admire, that you respect?
Well, I'll give you a little past and present. A little past, Jim Kelly, huge Jim Kelly fan. And then present, more Aaron Rodgers or Josh Allen.
What'd you think of the Bills season this year?
Oh, I'm a diehard Bills fan. I loved it.
Yeah, Josh Allen certainly put up some pretty impressive numbers, and the Bills came close to making the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And that certainly was great to see that, and it's great to see a local athlete like yourself from the Rochester area staying in New York to play, and we certainly want to wish you the best of luck at Albany, and I know it's been a pleasure watching you at Aquinas, and I imagine you got to be pumped up because pretty soon you guys will be back on the football field for your senior season.
I'm very excited. Got a little unfinished business to do, so got to take care of it.
That's right. How many of your teammates are here tonight? You have a lot of Aquinas guys here.
I think there's a few. I think Will Benjamin's here. I think Manny's here too, and one of my other receivers, Zach Kelsey, is here too. So
very good. Well, Tyler Zelkowski, it's a pleasure meeting you. Thanks for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you out in the showcase and have some fun tonight. Throw that ball. I know you've been anxiously awaiting to let it loose.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thanks, Tyler.
Once again, that was Tyler Zelkowski from Aquinas. He's on his way to Albany, and we really appreciate him joining us tonight. You'll get a chance to see him in action later during field session number 2, which is going to start at about 7:15. We're about 45 minutes in on session 1. Got another hour to go as we're watching the offense and defensive linemen, the running backs, the tight ends, and the kickers. And Joel, it was great to spend some time with Tyler. Very nice young man, and I think he's going to have a great future.
Yeah, got a chance to see him quite a bit. Here in Section 5, a lot of games. Certainly the Aquinas-McQuaid game every year is, one you circle on the calendar, and it's always just, a dogfight. It's always a great game, hard-nosed game. Last year played twice. In both those games, that game at Frontier Field was so cool. To open the season, they filled up Frontier Field. It was a great game. Tyler's right next to me, so I won't mention the score because it didn't go in their favor. But it was a really well-played game on both sides, and just something I'll always remember being there at that game. But looking forward to that. I mean, Aquinas is loaded every year, so we expect them to be more of the same this year. Tons of talent.
Yeah, the Fighting Irish have a rich tradition when it comes to success on the football field, and this year will be no exception. And as Tyler mentioned, they have some unfinished business to attend to this year, so him and his teammates will be pumped and ready to go once we get the high school season started. And we're looking forward to another guest joining us here momentarily. We got James Knapp, quarterback at Victor High School, has come up to our broadcast location. We'll get him mic'd up in just a minute or so. Once again, we're coming to you from the Pinnacle Sports Complex in Victor, New York. This is the 3rd annual New York State Elite Athletics Football Showcase and College Fair, presented by Prepstar and Clemenza's Pizzeria. We have over 300 players here in the showcase, sophomore, juniors, and seniors. 32 colleges represented. This is just a great night to see these guys in front of our cameras. We're really having a nice time enjoying them in action.
Looks like we have James ready as well. If you want to ask some questions?
Yes, James, welcome to our broadcast.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You bet. James is a senior quarterback from Victor High School. And James, you're here tonight at the showcase. What are you hoping to accomplish?
Just go out and show everything that I've been working on this past off season, especially after having a an extended off season, being able to put in a lot of work. So just going out and having fun and just showing what we've accomplished this off season.
What are some of the things you've been working on, in the off season?
Definitely a lot of footwork, just making sure that my feet tie up with my throws. I've actually been working with Coach Kinder down in Buffalo a lot this off season, which has been great help. He's just very knowledgeable, and then also Coach Kramer from the former offensive coordinator at St. John Fisher.
We're looking at some of your highlights from the past season at Victor. Tell us a little bit about your strengths. What do you think you do well on the football field?
I think for a quarterback, I feel like I'm pretty physical. I like to play dirty a little bit. You know, I'm not afraid to get hit, be aggressive. I like to stretch the field, and then also play action-wise. I feel like we have a strong game because of Rashawn Baker, obviously, our running back, so that he helps us open up our pass game a lot.
You mentioned about all the work you've done in the offseason. I know you've also worked with former Aquinas quarterback and Penn State recruit Jake Zembak. What have you learned from Jake that has helped improve your game?
Definitely a lot. Just the way that you have to carry yourself and all the experiences that he's been through, he's kind of mentioned and helped us kind of just get an idea of what it's going to be like when you go to the next level and just what you have to do to be successful. And then on top of that, just the drills and everything, which has been really helpful.
Talking to all the college recruiters, do you have a sense of what it's going to be like to play at the next level? You mentioned that Jake kind of shared some of his thoughts, but how difficult is this transition going to be for you to go from high school to college, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it's hard to know now, but it's definitely going to be a challenge. But it's just you got to go in with the mindset where you're going to do whatever you can to learn as fast as you can and kind of just take advantage of every opportunity that you're given.
I know you've spent a lot of time in the weight room in the off season. What have you been doing, and how much stronger and bigger have you gotten from last year?
Yeah, we were actually really lucky. One of our high school PE teachers is co-owner of Next Level, so we have Next Level, one of the strength conditioning programs, come in every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we're able to lift, and just the programs that they've set up for us to help us be as successful as possible. I mean, my numbers from last year have gone up over probably 70 pounds in each lift.
Wow.
More than that, and then I feel stronger and faster than I ever have, and I'm definitely ready for when we get the chance to play.
Yeah, and that chance to play is coming soon. We got the word that the high-risk sports look like they've gotten the go-ahead to get going here pretty soon. I imagine you and your teammates have really been looking forward to this, especially being a senior. This is really your last go-around at Victor.
Yeah, definitely. Just excited to make the most out of the opportunity. And what Coach Mandel said, too, is that we're not going to complain about anything. We're given this opportunity, so we're going to make the most of it. And then I feel like once March 1st comes, we're going to be ready to play and play whoever we have to.
What are the goals this year for you and your team? What are you guys shooting for?
Obviously, a goal is to go undefeated every year. That should be something that you should strive for no matter what. And I just think the improvement and leaving the program better than it was when we came in, and just kind of leaving our mark on it and showing every other team that we can compete with them and beat them. It's just a chance to go out and win.
And Victor certainly knows about winning football. You guys have had a lot of success over the years. And as you look ahead to the recruiting process, what is this time like for you as you kind of wait to get some offers and make your ultimate choice?
Yeah, it's definitely taught me a lot of patience and just how to handle myself in that way. And I've been in communication with a lot of schools and just finding where the best fit for me is, both as a player but also academically, because at the end of the day, it matters the most about what you're going to do after football. But obviously, I want to get the chance to play somewhere where I'm going to get to play at least 3 out of my 4 years and compete all 4 years.
You mentioned some of the communication you've had with some of the schools. Can you share with us some of the schools that have reached out to you and that you're talking to?
Yeah, so I've talked to a lot of the local D3 schools, Brockport, Cortland, Ithaca, St. John Fisher, and then also St. Francis down in Pennsylvania, smaller D1 school, and then UB as well.
What would it mean to you to be able to stay close to home? Is that something you'd like to do if you can?
I definitely think it's important to me. I have a large family, so it'd be important to me to get them to come and watch the game every week, no matter where we are. And I just feel like being close to home, I'm familiar with a lot of these schools, so it'd be a good opportunity to go to one of those places.
You mentioned the importance of academics. As far as going to college, have you thought of what you'd like to major in?
Yes, definitely going to do something in the business world. I know sports management and marketing is something that I'm very interested in.
Now, we were talking earlier to Tyler Zelkowski from Aquinas, and you know, he mentioned being a big football fan, and he admired Jim Kelly and Josh Allen. What about yourself? Do you have a favorite player that you followed?
Yeah, definitely. Josh Allen's one of my favorite guys to watch. Just the mentality that he brings every Sunday and just how big and physical he is. I love watching that. And then also guys like Aaron Rodgers and Baker Mayfield, just because of the way that they compete and always work hard.
Now, those are great guys to look up to and to emulate. They've certainly had a lot of success on the football field. And when you're not busy playing football, what do you like to do for fun? What else outside of throwing the football do you enjoy doing?
Definitely just hanging with the boys. I like to be outdoors. Anything outdoors really is something that I'm into. I like to hunt and fish. Just anything with family, friends. Just making the most out of the time.
Have you brought some of your Blue Devil teammates down here tonight? Are we going to see some other guys from Victor?
Yeah, I know there's a couple guys out tonight. There's Isaiah Kauser, one of our receivers, and then I know Big Connor Williams is out with the linemen tonight too.
Yeah, boy, it's amazing seeing Connor Williams. We watched him last year, and he keeps getting bigger and stronger.
Yeah.
And boy, he just seems like a great guy to be around. What's it like having Connor as a teammate?
Connor's awesome. He's kind of got this like laid back attitude around him, but you know, like he's always out there putting in the effort, and he's a great teammate to have. He's funny. He's always cracking jokes, but he's one of my favorite guys to be around. I mean, I've had a special connection with him because I've played basketball and football with him for a long time, and just knowing him outside of football as well, he's a great guy.
You mentioned, you know, influences in your professional life, so to speak, as you play football. You mentioned the quarterbacks that you look up to. Who's had the biggest influence on your life?
Definitely my parents. They've helped kind of shape me into the person that I am, and they're always making sure that I'm doing the best I can do to be the best version of myself, is what my mom likes to say. So definitely them. They're my biggest supports. And then also I have a twin brother too, who's always someone that me and him, we live together, we compete together, and that's always helped me push myself to be the best that I can be.
Does your brother play football as well?
Yeah, he's a safety.
Well, very good. Well, I know your parents have to be proud of both you and your brother, everything that you've accomplished, and we want to wish you the best on your senior season, and good luck in the recruiting process. I know a number of schools have taken interest in you, and I know you'll be glad when it's all done and you make your decision, but want you to have some fun tonight, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, James. Have fun tonight.
James Knapp, senior quarterback from Victor High School, one of the many quarterback prospects here tonight for the showcase. He'll be out later tonight showing his talents. Quarterbacks will be in the second session starting at about 7:15. So we got a lot of talented quarterbacks. We had two there just from Section 5. We're very fortunate that we have guys in our area that really know how to play the game of football.
Yeah, I think a couple more even from Section 5 are here tonight. I have to take a look at the list of, what do you say, something like 50 quarterbacks or so. So yeah, a lot of talented quarterbacks. We got a lot of teams that, you know, really like to sling the ball around. Victor probably wouldn't fall into that category of you know, throwing it 30, 40 times a game. But, you know, I think that was the best part of James's game, is when they needed to throw it, they knew they had a reliable quarterback that's going to put it on the money. And, you know, Victor's known as a ground and pound team. They like to run the ball. They're very big and physical. But, you know, for Coach Mendel, when you have a quarterback back there that you can trust, like James that just makes your team all that more dangerous.
And I know James and the Blue Devils are anxious to get the football season underway, albeit a little late, but we are going to have a spring football season here in the state of New York. I know these guys are excited about that. It's been an interesting year with all the regulations and restrictions due to COVID. So these guys have spent a lot of time in the weight room. Now they're getting a chance to get out on the field and have some fun.
Yeah, all these sports that have had their kind of seasons just changed and flipped upside down, they've all stayed in touch. You know, the coaches have stayed in touch, the players have stayed in touch, and like you said, a lot of weight room time. You know, a lot of time, you know, doing drills, socially distanced. So, you know, we see these kids out here tonight. One of the questions was, are these kids going to be in football shape? And
yeah,
I think that answer is yes. You know, you don't see anybody out there winded and hands on knees, and these kids look ready, like they're ready to play a season now.
And as you can tell, they're keeping their mask on during this competition here, during this drill. And they're having no problem as far as being able to breathe and exert themselves. They are definitely in football shape. We're watching them do some of their agility work, their footwork. Just one part of the game. We'll be joining another guest here in a minute. Will be joining us from Shenandoah High School. Devontae Terrelong, wide receiver, has just come up to our broadcast location. We'll get a chance to mic him up momentarily, and you'll get a chance to meet him. Once again, we have over 300 athletes here tonight. This is session number 1. The O-line and the D-line over on field 1. Running backs here in front of us on field 2. Seeing them in action right now. Guys in the white jerseys are the sophomores. The red jerseys represent the juniors, and the blues are the seniors.
Let me go get Devontae ready.
All right. I look forward to getting a chance to speak to Devontae. We're about 1 hour in on this first session. 45 minutes left to go. Once we finish with field session number 1, we'll have a little bit of a break. During that time, we will be hearing from Dave Marine. We taped an extended interview with Coach Marine earlier this week. He is the founder of the Elite Athletics, and this is really his baby, and he'll talk to us more about his involvement and what this showcase means to him. But joining us now, we have the pleasure of having Devontae Terrelong with us from Shenandoah High School. Welcome.
Welcome.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. This has to be exciting for you, just to be back out on the field.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
What are you hoping to accomplish tonight in the showcase?
Show all the coaches that are here or online watching my skills. With the season not in the fall, you know, it really helps my my recruiting process, you know.
What's it been like for you this season with no football in the fall? I imagine you spent a lot of time in the weight room staying in shape. How different has this season been for you personally as you go through the recruiting process?
Yeah, me and my teammates were definitely like down about not having a season and stuff. We go to the weight room like almost every week during school. They have like times for us to go in the weight room and use it, so that's when we do. And before school, so we hit the weight room a lot. We have like coaches that are just on us about our maxes and stuff, so we're always on top of that stuff.
What type of improvements have you made personally in the weight room from last year to this year?
Well, personally, I grown almost around 20 pounds since last year, so my numbers have definitely gone up since then.
I spoke earlier with your coach, Brian Clausen, and he described you as an extremely competitive athlete that you hate to lose.
Hate it.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I do not like to lose.
Where do you get that competitive fire, so to speak? Does that come from, your dad?
Probably mostly hanging with friends when we play
Yeah.
like video games or something. I can't lose. I don't like it at all. definitely takes it to heart.
What's your favorite video game that you like to play?
2K, NBA 2K. Yeah,
You're the champ?
definitely my game. Yeah.
Now, when you're taking a look now at some of your highlights, what would you say is some of the strong points of your game? What makes you stand out from the rest of the guys out on the field?
Definitely quick, but I think I'm more of a deep threat. A lot of my highlights are just me going downfield and catching the ball deep. I've been trying to work on my releasing and like getting pressed by a DB. So that's basically what I've been doing right now.
You also play defense as well, the defensive back. We just see you here with a nice pick. How do you like going between offense and defense?
I love it. I love not coming off the field, especially. I love just playing and trying to make my team in a better situation to win.
As far as the game of football, how did you get involved in playing the sport?
I think in kindergarten, my friends like kind of brought me outside and we're just throwing the football around and stuff. And I kind of liked it since then. And then went on to flag and tackle, and I haven't stopped.
Did you always want to be a wide receiver, or did you play some other positions?
I used to be a running back more, and then kind of when I hit 8th grade, I wanted to be a receiver.
Outside of football, do you play any other sports?
Basketball, but not really, I don't really work on it like I do with football.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now, I understand you've gotten an offer already from Marist College. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Tell me about that offer and how the communication has been between you and Marist.
Yeah, Marist has been great. They've been with me ever since the beginning, and it's a beautiful college. I love the coaches there, so I might be going there. So.
Have you when you do make up your mind, when you make your final decision, what do you think is going to be the most important thing that you'll consider when picking out a college?
I think definitely the coaching staff, what they're trying to do in the game plan, and like this I guess the town around it. I like it. It's really nice.
What do you think is going to be the biggest challenge for you going from high school to college?
I would say the speed, but I'm quick myself, so I'm not really sure of that yet. But all I know is that you gotta keep your mind, and just gotta work hard every day and have that mindset to be great.
You talk about being great, your competitive nature of always wanting to win. I imagine that rubs off on your teammates. Do you consider yourself a leader out on the field?
Yeah, I do. I show by my actions, and they follow.
Now, you and your teammates got to be pumped up because looks like we're going to have a spring football season. How excited are you to get back out on the field, and what are the goals this year?
I'm actually very excited. Me and my team went to semis last year, state semifinals, lost to New Rochelle. So definitely disappointing, but we're trying to work back to that position this year.
Did you bring along some teammates tonight? Do you have some other guys from?
No one else is here.
Gotcha. What's it like to be out on a field with all this talent? Do you get a chance to meet some guys and
yeah, I'm sure
talk
I'll
about
meet some
the game?
guys. Yeah, I'm sure I'll meet some guys out there once I get a chance to get on the field.
I know later we'll be having the college fair, and that's an opportunity for you to kind of meet some of the coaches that are here, introduce yourself. Are you looking to meet any particular coach or school that you want to visit with a little bit?
Not any particular, but I'm definitely down to meet all the coaches here and talk to them.
Now, we know you like to play video games, but outside of football and video games, is there some other things that you like to do to have some fun?
Basically just play video games with my friends, go to basketball courts, run routes. I love running routes on the field. Yeah, that's it really.
Well, very good. Well, Devontae, we appreciate your time. We're glad that you were able to join us, and we
Thank
wish
you.
you the best of luck as you decide on a college. And have a great time here at the showcase, and enjoy the upcoming football season.
Thanks for having me.
Once again, Devontae Terrelong, wide receiver, defensive back from Shenandoah High School, joining us tonight here at the football showcase. He has gotten an offer already from Marist, and as he alluded to, Joel, he is very competitive. He hates to lose, and that's a great trait to have, especially on the football field.
Yeah, you could definitely see the competitiveness in him, and just hear it talking to him that, you know, I would probably say every player out here would say the same thing. They hate to lose, but you like to see that fire. And I really meant to ask him. We had the New Rochelle quarterback on here just not too long ago, and I didn't realize that's who they lost to, was New Rochelle in the semifinal. So I'm sure there'll be some fun jabbing back and forth between the two of them, and maybe they'll meet up again this year.
Yeah, you never know. Shen has a history of having success every year, and New Rochelle, obviously, one of the top teams in the state. So I think they'd like a little revenge if they can this year. So we'll see if they end up meeting up. Once again, we are in the first session of the night. We're taking a look at the linemen on field one, defensive linemen, offensive linemen, the running backs and tight ends here on field number 2. That's who you're watching right there. And then over on field 3, we have the kickers working out.
We're gonna roll into some more interviews. We have Aiden Kennedy about to join us.
We're looking forward to speaking with Aiden. He's from Southwestern High School. Aiden, welcome. It's good to have you. I know you are a junior, so you still have some time before you have to make a decision. But what's this like for you to be part of the showcase tonight?
I'm very appreciated to have the opportunity to be here. I'm excited for it. I look forward to competing with all these other athletes from New York.
How difficult has this season been for you and the rest of the guys, not being able to play during the fall, and now it looks like we're going to have a season in the spring. You guys got to be fired up to get back out on the field.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for the teammates, trying to stay positive, but receiving the news that we will most likely have the spring season was a very good thing to hear. You guys are excited, and they're just pumped up to get back on the field.
I imagine you spent a lot of time in the off season working out in the weight room. What have you been doing as far as trying to get bigger and stronger? Have you spent a lot of time?
Yeah, we've been working out as much as we can in our facility at the school. I've been throwing with Coach Kinder whenever I get the opportunity in our gym, or whether it's an indoor facility in the area.
I know as a sophomore you put up some pretty impressive numbers. You threw for over 1,700 yards, had 24 touchdown passes. What stands out about your game on the field?
I find myself calm and collect under pressure. That's one of my things my coach strives for me to have.
Taking a look at some of your highlights here. Looks like you got a pretty strong arm.
Thank you.
And of course, you have some handy wide receivers. Talk a little bit about your teammates. Your success obviously revolves around them.
Right. So we'll be returning 2 of our 3 starting receivers in the slot. Zishan Munir. He's been in the program for a while now. It's his 4th year starting. He'll be a great help coming out of the backfield too. And then our returning X receiver, Garrett Swan. He's pretty fast, and me and him have a pretty strong connection on and off the field.
Talk a little bit about your interest in playing football. When did that start, and was there somebody that influenced you to play the game?
Growing up, both my older brothers played football, so I've been around the field the majority of my life, and watching them growing up, it's something that I knew I wanted to do when I had the opportunity to play.
What's the best advice your brothers have given you about playing football?
just don't let anyone get under your skin. Be yourself. Control what you can control, and play your game.
Have you always wanted to play the quarterback position?
Watching football as a kid, whether it was on TV or in person, I really found the position, it interested me. Commanding the field on and off, having control over the plays, all that kind of stuff. It really popped out to me, and I decided, that's what I want to pursue.
As far as the recruiting process goes, you're only a junior, but obviously colleges are looking at you, recruiters are looking at you. Have you gotten any interest from any schools at this point?
Recently I've been talking to Coach Callahan Jr. from Monmouth, and then I've also piqued interest at the Ivy League, University Penn, Dartmouth, Columbia.
You mentioned the Ivy League, and you have to be a stellar student in the classroom, and you are as well. You have a 3.9 GPA. Academics is certainly important to you.
Yes, my parents strive that, to be able to be great on the field, you have to be great in school, and that's very important to them, is, school first, then sports.
Do you have a favorite subject that you enjoy at school?
History, social studies in class.
Mm-hmm. What about outside of school? What do you enjoy doing?
The area is pretty small, so mainly I'm just with my teammates hanging out, figuring out whatever we can do. Just building a stronger connection.
Now, I understand that you are a huge Buffalo Bills fan.
Yes.
We've had a lot of guys come in tonight. All the quarterbacks love Josh Allen. What about yourself? You must love
I'm a big fan of him. I got my second jersey for his. I got the Color Rush for Christmas.
Nice. What do you like about Josh's game? What do you admire about his
play?
How
he plays, how he has fun when he's doing it. He seems to always be enjoying the game.
That is important. What do you enjoy about football? What makes you play the game?
Just getting the opportunity to play with my friends. I've been playing with the majority of them since midgets, and given the opportunity to go out and show what we can do. It's a lot of fun out there with them.
Outside of football, are there any other sports that you enjoy playing?
I play basketball and baseball.
Has that helped you, do you think, to be a better athlete on the football field?
Yeah. I think it helps all around, just being able to control it all, being able to manage it. I think it helps each other's, it gives personality and gives to each other's sports.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you ultimately do make a decision on a college, you mentioned the importance of academics. What is going to be the underlying decision that'll help you in deciding on a college?
The academics, obviously, and then the connection with the coaches, obviously. I think that'd be a very important decision in the process. See what bond we have, and that kind of thing.
Tonight we have over 300 athletes from the state of New York, some of the best talent on the football field. What's it like for you to be a part of this event and to meet some of the other guys that are here, meet some of the coaches? How important is that for you to be here?
It's very important. I'm very appreciated that I have the opportunity to be here. I was looking forward to being back playing football. I haven't had the opportunity to do anything like this in a while, and it's very exciting.
Well, Aiden, we are certainly excited for you, excited to have you here at the showcase, and I know you're looking forward to the football season, and best of luck to your team this season, and good luck in the recruiting process, and we wish you all the best.
All right, thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
You bet. That is Aiden Kennedy, junior quarterback from Southwestern High School, 6'1", 185, great student and a great player as well out on the football field, and we really appreciate him spending some time with us. He'll be part of the second session tonight. where we will see the quarterbacks in action along with the wide receivers and the defensive backs. That's coming up in just over an hour from now. In the meantime, session 1 is still continuing, scheduled to go to about 6:30. See some of the linemen coming off the field right now, take a little bit of a break, it looks like. We still have the running backs and tight ends working on field number 2. It was great to hear from Aiden, and as we talked to a number of the quarterbacks tonight, they're all big Josh Allen fans.
Yeah, no surprise there, right? Figure most of New York State probably big Josh Allen fans, and you know, it's a great player to model your game after. I mean, you look at Josh Allen and how he's gotten better every year, worked on mechanics, got, you know, the coaching. He's always had the talent. It's each year he's just worked on something, accuracy, whatever it may be, and you just see him blossom into the superstar. And you know, that's what these players should be doing, just trying to fix something all the time and get better at one area of their game. And you know, you see that on the tape. You see the highlights, and all these kids have talent. But every single one of them, I'm sure, have something they need to, you know, work on to get to the next level. And places like this are going to coach you up. That's half the reason you come to some of these events, is to get some of the best coaching around, and to not just say, hey, you're a great quarterback. They're going to say, hey, you need to work on this, this, and this,
Yep.
and here's how you do it.
Coach Marine always talks about getting better every time you step onto the field, and learning something and just improving your game. And this is a great opportunity for these players to get better, get a chance to meet some of the coaches, get acquainted with some of the colleges. New York State certainly has a great share of talent. We have some of the best here in the state tonight.
Looks like they might be swapping stations again. You know, each player here is going to get the opportunity to not only work on their offensive position, but also their defensive as well.
Once again, we have 80 wide receivers and 50 quarterbacks here tonight. We have sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Seniors are wearing the blue jerseys. Juniors are wearing the red. And the sophomores are wearing the white jerseys. This is the 3rd annual Elite Athletics Football Showcase. Each year it gets bigger and better.
Yeah, the thanks must go out to the Pinnacle Complex here. You know, great place to have something like this, but I know they've worked hard as well to ensure that everybody here is safe, and you know, allowing New York State Athletics to have this event here. A lot of work's been done behind the scenes, as in any event, and you know, with both sides coming together, I think the turnout's great. I mean, we just see everybody here, and you see the college coaches down there, you see the high school coaches who are part of the showcase, who are teaching, and it's comforting to see this after the year that we've had, to be able to safely have an event like this, and it's great to have football back.
Oh, no doubt. These guys have spent a lot of time in the weight room, but boy, they certainly enjoy being out on the field. This is where they can see all their hard work in the weight room paying off. And just to interact with teammates and players from across the state. As Coach Marine said in the beginning, let's have some fun tonight. And you can tell that these guys are having fun. Coaches are enjoying meeting the players. Football is back. It's an exciting time. We're looking forward to covering the high school football season on Varsity Media.
Yeah, it's coming up quick.
Also want to thank the sponsors tonight, Prepstar and CRENYS Pizzeria, for sponsoring this great event. Coach Marine wanted us to give a big shout out to them. we're glad that they've supported this showcase.
We have our first coach of the evening, Coach Jason Benham from Gates Chili is here with us now.
Coach is getting his headset on. We'll get a chance to speak to him from Gates Chili High School. He's
it's a little low.
Just getting the headset on. Coach
can you hear us
Benham,
now, Coach?
No.
Can't hear us at all?
Nope.
We'll work on that, see if we can get the headset working. We apologize for that. Meantime, Coach Marine is
still nothing.
Talking to some of the players, huddling up here at midfield. They've been going now for about an hour and 15 minutes. Got about another 20 minutes left in this first field session. Once this session wraps up, the quarterbacks, wide receivers, and defensive backs will be checking in to the showcase. During that time, we'll be playing back an extended interview we did with Dave Marine earlier in the week. Dave is the founder of the Elite Athletics and is the guy behind this great event.
Well, right now, Patrick, we can hear Coach Benham, but he can't hear us.
I can hear you just from.
Yeah.
I can hear it that way.
Okay.
Coach Benham, this is Patrick Sloan. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate your time. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Tell me about your involvement in the football showcase. How did you get involved?
Well, Coach Marine does some recruiting, and he asked me to do it, and I did it. So it's basically he set up a pretty great concept, and back when it was at TSE, is an easy commute for us, and we jumped all over the opportunity to showcase kids.
What do you enjoy about this event?
I really like I like seeing all the kids from Section 5, but even across the state, getting a chance to see kids coming in from Albany, from the North Country, from Buffalo. It's kind of cool to see what's out there, to see the motivation that brings out the competition.
Seeing these players, it's easy to notice how much talent we have here in New York State. Talk about the talent level and the guys that we have here tonight.
We sure do, and a lot of the things that go on with Mark Vidacor's business and all that, and New York is definitely underrated. I think we've made that clear through social media. The kids that end up going out and playing at some big schools do well. So, this showcase proves that we have the bodies, we have the commitment, we have the ability, and the kids that have really become trailblazers and have blazed the path for these kids have proved that New York football is underrated.
This is the third annual event. It seems to get bigger and better each year. What's the feedback you've gotten from coaches, players, families? What do they think about this?
I think this year's a little extra special because our season almost got pulled out from underneath us. So these kids were hungry to work on their skills and show their skills to some college coaches. It's when the game's taken away from you, I think emotionally it's a little bit different situation this year.
How have you as a coach kept your players motivated? As you said, this has been a very difficult time for them. They've been working out in the weight room, but they haven't been able to get out on the field. How do you keep them going?
That's a great question that is brought up a lot with my peers in my own building. If we didn't get any news soon, I think those kids, they're smarter than we give them credit for, and they were going to go off and do other things. They were going to work on their part-time jobs and put football aside, but they hung in there. It's been the longest off-season of our careers, and I'm so happy for the class of 2021 that they're going to be able to showcase their talent. They deserve it.
How is it going to be now for you and your staff to get ready for the season? You're going to have a limited time to get everybody up to speed.
Yep.
Is there going to be challenges with this?
Absolutely crazy it's going to be. For having, the 10 months not really off, we still keep a track of the kids, but to play in the spring, turn around and do it again, basically starting to say goodbye to your seniors and hopefully do it the right way, and then regroup and get right back at it. It's going to be different. It's going to be weird.
What advice are you would give to these players here tonight? Coach Marine says have fun. What advice would you offer them?
If they're here, they want to play in college, I would think. And the one thing they got to do is they got to find a place that fits academically. I've done it with my own son, who's a college football player, and with players for the past 30 years in my program. They got to find a place that fits them academically and athletically. And if they got to do a little work on their own too. They're not just going to have coaches jump at their feet. They got to get their film together. They got to go visit schools. They got to figure out what they want to major in. So football is the one sport that we're not going to be able to play as we get older. And if you play through college, you're a 1%er. So I think the key for these kids is just for them to realize there's a spot out there. There's places there for you to play.
Put yourself in the shoes of the recruiters that are here tonight, the colleges that are represented. What do you think they're looking for when they watch these guys tonight?
Well, they're looking for those college bodies that they can work with. And I told the tight ends that I was working with today, don't just label yourself a tight end. You look at Mike Nowitzki at UB, he's an All-American center who was a tight end in high school. That's a great example of the kind of athletes they're looking for. And if you're a true team player, you're gonna go on the campus and you're gonna play whatever the coach tells you to. And nowadays, what they get fed at home or what they get fed from recruiting coordinators, whatever businesses they jump on. Learning to be a good teammate and being a good team player is the most important.
What advice do you give to your own players that are going through the recruiting process? It certainly has changed over the years. Before there wasn't live streaming, there wasn't social media.
Right.
Today it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, and a lot of it is they got to do things themselves. They can put a 10-minute highlight video together like that. Well, and for me, I can't do that. So there's certain things that they got to do on their own. But the bottom line, the best advice I could give them is get good grades. That makes life a heck of a lot easier. You're going to get way more choices. You're going to open up way more avenues and doors if you have good grades. Bottom line.
Now I know you brought some of your players here from Gase Challey tonight. Tell us about some of your guys that are here.
Well, Blake Siplin's my most versatile player. He's 6'1", 180-pound quarterback, tailback, receiver, long snapper, safety. He'll probably be a safety in college, but he does everything. I'm really excited for him not just to show off his skills here, but to show off his skills in March. We have a couple linemen, Ty Stevenson and Josh Reese are juniors, two very talented kids. Ty Stevenson grew and turned into a man during COVID months. He played for us as a sophomore as a skinny lineman, and now he looks like a college caliber lineman. Brian Rivero, one of our senior centers, is here. Will definitely be a college football player somewhere. Deontay Strong is a defensive back wide receiver who is a good enough kid and a player that he should be able to play at the next level as well. So.
When you look at these players out here, they seem to get bigger, stronger every year. How has training for football changed over time?
Well, I can tell you how it's changed for me as a coach. We ran the weight room for so many years. Bigger, faster, stronger, bench, squat, power. And now, we have a strength and conditioning coordinator who's a football guy, which is great, that helps, who is doing all the newest and advanced, but you still got to pound the weights. But, just like the soft tissue damage that those exercise science guys bring to the table, it's not just, pick up heavy things and put them down. It's really changed things a little bit. And the flexibility piece and all that, he brings a little bit more to the table.
What's it like being a coach when you find out that one of your players gets an offer and goes off to college? That has to be like the greatest reward for you.
It's awesome. It's awesome. And you know what? This will be I'll coach my 30th and 31st season this year. And those are awesome situations, but those are gifted athletes, extremely gifted athletes. It means a lot, and it's usually emotional and for the families and for the coaches. But just graduating from high school as a four-year high school football player is a pretty darn good thing too. And even sending kids off to Division II, Division III programs are equally as rewarding to me, to be honest with you. That's pretty cool.
As a coach, when you get a phone call from a college asking you about one of your players, what's the message that you try to give them as far as the player that they're asking you about? Like, how do you sell some of your players if you have to?
I don't sell. I tell them the truth. And and we're the only high school sport that you're recruited out of your high school season. I have a daughter that plays college lacrosse, and she wasn't recruited from her high school team as her club team. All the other sports are club. It's all the money sport. Money, money, money. You got to pay to get recruited. Football, you don't need money. You need your high school, and you need your high school coach. And you need to all be on the same page. So I tell them the truth. I'll tell them if they're risky. I'll tell them if they don't show up on time. But I also tell them when they're a captain and they're great teammates already. College coaches will take a chance sometimes on some risky kids because they need second chances too, and they're young. And I think if they think we have hope for them, then they'll learn to take your opinion pretty seriously.
Looking ahead to the football season coming up, give us a little scouting report on your team. I know you guys haven't had much time outside of the weight room, but what are you expecting from your team this year?
I'm really excited that the 2021 class gets to play. We're very senior heavy. We have every offensive lineman back, which when you play in March and we might be playing in some inclement weather, I think will come into play. We should be able to play well defensively. What we don't have, if I was self-scouting my own team, is a ton of depth. So obviously we've got a lot of kids playing both ways, as a lot of teams do. And these kids are going to, if we have injuries, it'll change the makeup of our team. Or if we have COVID outbreaks. I mean, if the kids aren't careful, they're going to have games taken away from themselves. So.
I know we always enjoy going out to Gates Chalet. You have a beautiful facility.
Awesome.
You guys got to love playing there.
Yeah, it's really, just that film perspective from the press, it's beautiful. They did a nice job with that. Yeah, we're lucky.
Awesome. Well, Coach Benham, really appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you for being a part of this showcase and offering your coaching ability and your skills to these guys. I know they appreciate you having to being here tonight, and good luck this season.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You bet. Once again, that's Jason Benham, the head football coach at Gates Chalet, joining us tonight here at the football showcase. And boy, Joel, they do have a beautiful facility there at Gates Chalet.
Oh, it's almost like a college facility. I mean, they've just completely made over the facilities at Gates Chalet, the football stadium, but even inside the basketball, brand new basketball court redone. But that football stadium is a great experience as a fan, as a player, for us as the video company, filming these games and live streaming these games. It's top notch. They did it right there.
We got about just under 10 minutes left here in the first field session. They've been going at it since about 4:45 this afternoon. You're taking a look at the running backs and the tight ends here on field number 2. Looks like some of the quarterbacks may be out there as well, throwing some passes here to the running backs.
Oh. Gets right back up and look at the catch.
That is a nice catch there by Ethan Reed from Windsor Central High School.
That's James Knapp's out there throwing, and Tyler Skowski as well.
We had a chance to interview both Tyler and James earlier. Tyler is committed to Albany, senior at Aquinas, and James is a senior at Victor. Two of the top quarterbacks in Section 5. They're both looking forward to the start of the football season.
Well, these sessions go quick, don't they?
Yes, they do. These players have been busy right from the beginning.
And that was a great cut there. That was number 44, the wide receiver. I don't have his the name here, number 44 in blue, in the blue jersey.
There was Zach Meacham, number 39 from Honeywood Falls, Lima, making the grab there. We got players from all across the state represented. Kendall Burno is wearing number 111 from McQuaid High School. Once again, the seniors are wearing blue, the juniors are wearing red, and in white are the sophomores. You can hear some of the guys on the sidelines having some fun as these quarterbacks kind of let loose a little bit with some nice deep throws.
We see the move there.
Receivers making some nice grabs. Take a look at some of the big guys on the line working out. Number of coaches here tonight from both the high school and college ranks. You see the instruction some of these players are getting. As Coach Marine always talks about, getting better every time you step onto the field. These guys are certainly getting coached up. Got about 5 minutes left in this session. And we'll be taking a little bit of a break from on-field activity. But we will be having the opportunity to hear from Dave Marine. We taped an extended conversation with him earlier this week, talking about the showcase.
Yeah, it'll be a great chance for people to learn a little bit more about what went into today, some of the things, they look to get out of this, and, learn a little bit more about, Dave's passion for coaching and some tips for players, and just covered a lot of different areas. It was great to be able to sit down and talk to him, and hopefully players get a chance to take a listen to and get some words of wisdom from a veteran coach.
Coach Marine certainly loves what he does. He loves his players. He loves the game of football. Loves giving back. He loves to see these guys get opportunities. That's really what it's all about here tonight, is getting recognized, getting noticed, going on to the next level.
And you can tell how passionate he is about, players that he doesn't probably even know personally, but he's talked to them and communicating with them to get here, and just talking over and over, and you just tell how much he cares, and he wants these kids, all the kids that are here, to get recognized. But it goes back to the whole, there's tons of talent in New York State, and we just got to keep doing things like this to let people see that. And he mentions a couple players that have come through his program that went on to Division I. Nate Carter from Bishop Kearney is one story that we saw here, and we saw at the Prospect New York State showcase, that nobody really knew about him outside of our area. And then all of a sudden he went to these showcases, ran a blazing 40. I think it was like a 4.3 40, and just showed off his skills. And then he ended up getting recruited by a lot of schools. And I believe he went to UConn. Would be his second year there, or third year possibly at UConn. But, stories like that, you love to hear about them, and that's the whole reason they do this.
Coach Marine now going to address the players once again as the session wraps down. They've been out on the field for about an hour and 15 minutes or so. Hour and 45 minutes. You just see the passion in Dave's eyes, just looking at him. Really is connected to these players. He loves the game of football. He has some of his own players here tonight. Dave is the head football coach at Wayne Central. See him, he's pointing to his mask there. All the players have been wearing their mask during the drill tonight. everybody abiding by the safety protocols.
Yeah, it's just like other sports. You're required to wear them unless physically unable to. Then you're allowed to, like we saw that in soccer a lot. But I mean, most of the players had them on until they needed a breather or they just physically couldn't, maybe asthma or whatever it may be. But yeah, I mean, everybody. Dave was pretty specific about the protocols and people following the rules, and we've seen it here. He's done a great job keeping those in place.
Checking in today, all the players had their temperatures checked. Had to go through the safety steps to keep everybody safe and healthy.
Looks like the O-linemen just wrapped up. They're going to come join everybody at midfield to wrap up session number 1. It's a good chance, too, to thank our videographers that are here, giving you guys these great shots. Chris Van Kampen, Joe Krowecki, and down in the field, Kyle Sanson. Hardest workers in the business. We appreciate it, guys. Great job tonight, and hopefully everybody's enjoying being able to watch this. I know it's not the same as being here, but hopefully you're enjoying seeing all of this. And like we talked about before, there'll be more video available afterwards on New York State Elite Athletics website that you can watch the entire sessions afterwards as well.
What's great about live streaming this event is coaches from all across the country can tune in tonight and watch these players in action. So a lot of eyes on these players as we wrap up session number 1.
They're all going to head off, and they're going to get the college fair ready pretty soon.
Yes, and we'll be taking a peek at that college fair a little bit later on. We plan to have a microphone on Steve Deanna from Prepstar.
Yeah, hopefully get a sneak peek of some of the interactions between the players and coaches, and learn a little bit more about the recruiting process.
That is new to this year's showcase, is the college fair. Coach Marine talked about that in our extended interview, just how important it is for these players to get the opportunity to really meet these coaches one-on-one. And the college fair is that opportunity where they can go up, introduce themselves, learn a little bit about the school. Coach gets to know them a little bit. Just a great way to connect. We also have some interviews coming up as well over the next half hour. Looking forward to that. We're going to have some of the players that you just saw on the field stopping up to our broadcast location. We're expecting to hear from Alex Henniger, the offensive tackle, defensive end from Brighton High School. James Lill is also scheduled to join us from Webster Schrader.
Get some linemen here.
Yes, and Ethan Reed, tight end, quarterback from Windsor High School. So we got a lot planned in the next half hour. We want to thank our sponsors, Prepstar and CRENYS Pizzeria. Big shout out to them for their support of the 3rd annual New York State Elite Athletics Football Showcase and College Fair. Over 300 players in attendance tonight. 32 colleges as well. Checking out some of the best talent here in New York State.
Probably a good chance here to step aside for a little bit and give people a chance to watch some of our sit down with Coach Marine earlier. Give Patrick a chance to rest the pipes. He's been doing a great job. Appreciate all your insight and these great interviews so far. It's great to get to talk to some of these kids and these coaches. We're going to have some more coaches too, by the way, along with some of the players. So,
no, that's for sure. We definitely look forward to hearing more from Coach Marine and some of the other guests we have. As session 1 breaks up, college fair continues. Some of the other players checking in right now, quarterbacks, wide receivers, and defensive backs.
Well, let's step aside for a few. We're going to try to get Coach Deanna mic'd up to get a little bit some of that. And, we'll come back in just a couple minutes. We have our first interview coming up. So let's step aside for just a minute, and we'll be right back.
Varsity Media is the tri-state area's leader in sports media production. We specialize in live streaming.
Cuts inside. Touchdown, Red Devils. Rosin coach Craig Murphy. There's you. What a move. And the foul.
Videography. And photography. Covering all sports at all levels. We feature aerial photography and videography, college recruiting videos, live streaming of games.
Patience offensively against this excellent defense. Now the shot's fired. How about that? Right into the top of the cage off the stick.
Be second down and 3. Handoff this time right up the middle. And B.J. Clark is gone for the touchdown.
School events, graduations. Varsity Media is available to cover a game, a tournament, a season, or any special event.
Talk to us a little bit about what went through your mind, how you prepared for that to run such a fast speed.
Currently, spectators are limited at events. Let Varsity Media bring the event to your fans. Contact Varsity Media today for more information. Online at varsitymedia.net or by phone at 866-577.
And welcome back to the Pinnacle Athletic Complex in Victor, New York. We're here at the New York State Elite Athletics Football Showcase and College Fair presented by Prepstar and Clemenza's Pizzeria. We just finished session number 1. And joining us now is Alex Henniger, junior offensive tackle, defensive end from Brighton High School. And Alex, you just got off the field. What was it like being out there?
I mean, it was great. Like, there was a ton of good competition. I learned a lot. Like, I mean, we were all gassed. The masks, they really gas you out, but it was really good. It was really good. I got better. I know I did.
What are some of the things you learned? You're working with some great coaches out there.
Well, I mean, specifically for my position group, O-line, like I learned some quick techniques for the one-on-ones especially, because a lot of different people will use different techniques on defense, and you got to adapt to that. But, I mean, a lot of different things. I couldn't all really sum it up for you, but I definitely enjoyed this, and it was 100% worth it.
Excellent. How much have you been looking forward to this event with no football in the fall? I know you've been spending time in the weight room, but to have the opportunity to get back out on the field, what does that mean to you?
Oh, man, like, it's crazy. It's been a year and a half, something like that, and football's been my life forever. So, I mean, it's amazing. I've been looking forward to this forever since I knew I could do it.
As far as the weight room goes, I know you've been busy, getting bigger, getting stronger. How has that gone for you?
Weight room is amazing. It's my fallback.
You
when
enjoy
you can't
it.
be out in the field, you got to be lifting. I'm a gym rat.
What? How much stronger? How much bigger have you gotten from last year to this year? Would you say?
So I think from last year to this year, actually I haven't put on a bunch of weight, but I ballooned like 50 pounds last year, and I added like 5 or 10, but it's all lean muscle. I'm much more agile, putting 50 to 80 pounds on most of my lifts besides bench. So good, very good.
We have you listed as 6'5", 270 pounds. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm like 265, but.
Okay. I understand that you've already gotten some Division I schools making some offers to you. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have. So I have an offer from Central Michigan and one from University of Massachusetts.
Tell me a little bit about both schools. What have you learned about UMass?
Okay, so I had first I'll start with Central Michigan because they hit me up first, and it was a few days after, I'd say a week or two after that recruiting deadline on September 1st hit, and I got a call from Coach Cummings, the offensive line coach, and it was a great call, and he talked to me about the facilities and what I enjoy doing, and he ended it with an offer, and it's a great opportunity, and they were the first school to ever really reach out to me like that. And then UMass followed up about a week or two later, and I talked to a bunch of different coaches, I'd say 3 or 4 on the phone, and I received my second offer.
What is that feeling like when the phone rings and it's a head football coach on the other end from a college?
It's unmatched. Like, nothing really beats it. It's all your work ever. And like, my dream has been to play football forever. So it's all your work that you've ever put in coming to fruition right then and there, and it's just the first step of the journey. And it's something you always have to fall back on, and it's really amazing.
You mentioned the dream to play football. How did that start for you?
Well, so my cousin, when I was younger, he played for the Michigan Wolverines in 2010 or 11. So like, it was always right. It was in my brain since I can remember. That was what I wanted to do. I wanted to play football and be like him. And he's a big guy. He's like 6'5", 6'6". Play defensive end, so just following in his footsteps and trying to be the best player I can be.
Did you ever go to the big house and watch Michigan play?
I did. I was probably 6, so but I remember a little bit.
Yeah. What's that feeling going to be like? When you ultimately make your decision and you get to play football, and looks like it's going to be at the Division I level. That atmosphere, game day, like that's just got to fire you up.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be like a new piece of my life, and it's just amazing that I have the opportunity to do exactly what I've always wanted to do, and I can't wait.
What's going to go into your decision when you decide on a college? What do you think is going to be the ultimate deciding factor?
Well, ultimate deciding factor is going to be the team. The football team, the facilities, how well I can do what I want to do. But then things like location and whether or not I have an offer or I'm a preferred walk-on, whatever the case may be, it's going to, number one is always going to be the football. How good is the football that I can play there?
Now you're only a junior and you've gotten offers already and you have your whole senior season ahead of you. What advice would you give somebody like yourself that's going through the recruiting process?
Man, you got to trust the process. Like 2 years ago, and I'm younger, so I just turned 16 4 months ago, and it's you got to trust the process. You gotta develop. You're still a kid. You don't know what's gonna happen. Like I put on 100 pounds in 2 years, and anything can happen at any time. And that goes the other way too. You can have everything taken away from you just like that. So just trust the process and keep working hard.
100 pounds in a year or so, you must like to eat.
Yeah. It's a job.
Is your mom a good cook?
She is. She is.
A lot of pasta?
A lot of meat.
A lot of meat. That's good.
Yeah.
Yes, I can imagine. Tell me a little bit about your position, offensive tackle. What's it like kind of being in the trenches, so to speak? You guys do the dirty work, and everybody else gets all the highlights and the credit.
Exactly. You're kind of under the radar.
Yeah.
But, I love it because the people I surround myself with, they appreciate it. They know what I do. They know I do the hard work. And my line coach, Coach Weimer, he's taught me everything, all the techniques. I never actually wanted to play offensive line until I had him as a coach. And the techniques he taught me and I've refined just really, I fell in love with it. And it's something that I can always advance in and excel in because of what he's taught me.
What makes a good offensive tackle?
What I've heard from coaches, because I'm not going to look down on anyone else and tell them what they need to do just yet, is flexibility and your depth and your speed, and of course you got to have the size. You can't teach size. You got to be big. Mm-hmm. But there's that fifth gear factor that not everyone has, and it's in that gene. And you know, I think you got to be a freak athlete at whatever size you are, and that's what makes an elite offensive tackle.
A little bit later, we're going to be talking with your head coach at Brighton, Steve Leon. How much of an impact has he had on your football career?
A ton. You know, since I was little, I would go to the varsity games and like, I'd go, I'm gonna play in varsity one day, or whatever it may be. And you know, since I really came into that weight room that first time, like, he's been there to mentor me and guide me and help me with the recruiting process 100%. And like, along with that, I just gotta get a shout out to everyone, my family, my coaches. Like, I could not have done any of it without them, because the help that I've received in getting recruited and building myself to become the player that I am right now is unbelievable.
The great thing about this year is we are going to have a football season, and it's going to be coming up pretty soon. What are your goals this year for you and your team?
You know, last year we finished the season 4-4. I'd obviously like to do better than that, but I'm very proud of my team last year. And I was much younger, but I'm ready to step into that leader role. You know, receiving offers made quite the difference, and I've developed a ton since then. And I can't wait to go into the field, because the amount of effort and love for the sport that my brothers have on my team is almost unmatched. So I cannot wait to go and play.
Now, I know you have some teammates here, I believe, tonight.
I do. I have a bunch.
Your quarterback here, right?
Yeah, Brendan Klasgen's my quarterback. Taj Jackson, my running back. I got Jackson Cipher. He's going to be new on varsity this year. Who else? I got Preston Whitmire. He's going to be a kicker. He's 2023. Nice. So, I mean, yeah, and another one, Ellis Einbinder. So I got a bunch of teammates here, and we all love to work.
You got teammates, and you got your coaches here, too. Coach Leon, Coach Weimer.
Of course.
You know, two of the best, you know, great coaches around in Section 5. So this has got to be a nice experience being here, not only just competing with other people, or competing with your teammates, but getting a chance to compete with other kids from around the state, too.
Exactly. I love it.
Now, Alex, there's no doubt that you love football. From the moment you sat down and we started talking, I just know you have such a great passion for the game. But when you're not playing football, what do you do to have some fun?
You know, I hang out with friends, play video games. I'm a normal kid. I just do kid things. Yeah, I may not look like it, but I am.
Well, I want to thank you for joining us, and dreams do come true, and your dream of playing football is a reality, and soon it'll be on the college level. Good luck in your junior year and your senior year. I know there'll be more offers coming your way, so good luck throughout the whole process.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's Alex Henniger, junior offensive tackle, defensive end from Brighton High School. We thank him for his time tonight. Great opportunity to sit down with a great young man who really has a love for the game of football, and he loves being a lineman. He loves being on the O-line. As he talked about, you can't teach size. He's 6'5", 270, and he does the work in the trenches for his Brighton High School team. So we thank him for joining us. We're in between sessions here at the showcase. Session 1 is wrapped up. College Fair is continuing, and some of the other players are warming up as we get ready for Session 2.
We have Ethan Reed here with us now.
Ethan Reed is joining us now, a senior, all-state quarterback.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, it's a little quiet.
Yeah, it's a little quiet, yeah. Common theme for the night.
Ethan, first of all, thank you for joining us. I know you are a senior at Windsor Center High School, all-state quarterback, 6'5", 212 pounds. What's it like for you to be involved in this showcase tonight?
It was a great experience to come out and showcase our talents all together, especially with all the COVID regulations and restrictions that have been going on. It's just an amazing feeling to come out and compete and to see what everybody has to offer nowadays as well. So,
everybody's here tonight to hopefully get a little bit better, take something away from the showcase. What are you hoping to take away from this event?
To get exposure is one huge thing that a bunch of athletes are trying to get nowadays. Speaking, New York State has not been prone to really putting out huge, big recruits, so doing showcases like that and having the ability to put out our skills and talents really can make a name for New York State and for everybody in it, because we have talent and we have the opportunity to show it, so we have to take advantage of it.
One of the cool things about this year's event is the college fair. Didn't have it last year. It's new to the showcase, and it gives you guys opportunities to get to meet some of the coaches on a more one-on-one basis. How important is it to have that interaction between you and the colleges?
During my recruiting, that was key. Just knowing in person what it's like to talk to that coach and to know what it's like to talk to a coach and to get that experience, it's key, because if you're just talking to a coach over Zoom, you're hiding behind a screen rather than in person. So to me, and I think to everybody else, it's huge to talk to a coach in person.
What are you looking for in a college?
So I found my college.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I committed to the University of New Haven, and their program and their school, it was everything that I was looking for. Their academics is, if not number one, they're very close to being number one. Their football team and the atmosphere, they have a winning team, they have a winning atmosphere, and I just loved everything about that school. So
I think you'll love New Haven. I used to work at ESPN in Bristol, Connecticut, and I was been in New Haven many times. They got some great thin crust pizza down in New Haven. So if you like Pepe's, I recommend it.
Yeah.
But tell me, now that you've made this decision, do you feel like a weight is off your shoulders a little bit?
Yeah, especially coming into this camp, I didn't have to worry about doing everything with all eyes on me, because I knew I showed what I did in my previous camps, and I proved to it. And I was just coming out here to get ready, get fresh, and to restart for this upcoming football season that I can't wait to play in. So.
And that football season is coming up soon. What goals have you set for you and your team heading into this year?
This football season, just getting with the guys was a huge thing. To get practicing, get the communications and the relationships down was key. And I hope that with everything going on and that led up to the season, that we can have a powerful and dominating season with having a very troubling offseason from COVID. So I'm hoping that we can dominate as a whole. So,
how challenging is it going to be to get ready for the season? You're not going to have a lot of time. You've been probably doing all your work in the weight room, and you know, pretty soon you're going to be out on the field. How do you think the level of play will be once you guys get started?
I think the first week or two are going to be a little iffy, but once we get the hang of it and getting those relations down quick, it's going to be a lot smoother and less rugged roads, all I can say. But
New Haven obviously has a good program, good academic program. I know school is important to you. You have a 3.5 GPA. What major are you looking at as far as your studies go?
So I'm going to study national security and probably minor in homeland security. So in their criminal justice program is top charts, and just being a part of that program and having the academics with me and then having sports aside, it's going to set me up for a great future. So
what got you interested in homeland security and doing that type of work?
So I watched a lot of Criminal Minds, and just seeing how like the study of the mind, and especially with criminals, it really interested me, and I wanted to get into like some field action as well. So put those two together, and then
but sounds like a good fit. One other final question. Outside of football, which I know is a passion of yours, what else do you like to do to have fun?
So I play baseball and basketball as well. I golf, and I love music. So, yeah.
Who's your favorite artist?
Either Chicago or Red Hot Chili Peppers.
I've seen Chicago in concert.
I did too.
That's a great concert.
Yeah.
I saw them with the Doobie Brothers once. That was awesome. Well, Ethan Reed, I really appreciate you joining us tonight. Congratulations on going to New Haven, making that decision. Wish you the best of luck in your college career, and good luck in your senior season as you wrap up your high school days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Once again, folks, that's Ethan Reed, senior, all-state quarterback from Windsor Center High School. He's on his way to New Haven to continue his football career on the college level. We thank him for spending a few moments with us.
We got Coach Leon's going to join us now, and while he gets, we're going to sanitize for you here, Coach. I think we're going to try to go down to the college fair to see if we can get some audio down there. Just waiting to see if that's going to happen or not. We might have to take a quick listen.
All right. We mentioned the college fair is going on. Opportunity for these players to meet up with some of the coaches that are here.
Hey, Coach, we're just getting some audio for the showcase.
No doubt.
So
we have over 300 athletes here.
remember me? I see you every year. Steve Deanna, nice to see you.
Steve Deanna helping us
Good.
out tonight from Prepstar.
Do.
Wearing a microphone, kind of interacting
I think
with
it's
some
a
of the
great
players and some of the coaches.
He can play basketball. He can go play football for you guys. That is a
Let's listen in on some of this.
opportunity for him. He's a heck of a basketball player. I think he's a very good football player. Yeah. No, and that's great because you guys will give him the opportunity to do both. But he's going to have that anywhere else. Definitely. Let us know what we can do. I know he's talked to you guys. So.
That was a quick listen in on some of the college fair.
Just a little flavor, as you can tell. Steve is a big part of this event, representing Prepstar, trying to get some of these players recognized and noticed. And we'll be continuing our interviews in just a minute. And I believe we have Coach Steve Leon mic'd up. Coach, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. Tell me about this showcase and what it's been like for you to participate. I know you got a lot of your players here tonight, and you guys having some fun?
Yeah, I mean, after all this layoff, it's awesome to be out here doing football things again, right? It's awesome that Dave is able to do this. New York State football, I think we as a collective coaching body have always said it's under-recruited. And as a collective have always talked about what are ways that we can get our athletes out there and be seen, and this is just a tremendous event. You know, last year it went really well, but this is even bigger, and obviously the need right now to showcase New York State football is even greater. So it's wonderful that we're able to do this.
One of the new things about this year's event is the college fair, which is going on as we speak. How important is it for these players to get the opportunity to interact in person, one-on-one, with these colleges and these coaches that are here?
Well, it's huge. I mean, kids can research a school all they want. They can look online. There's certainly a lot of ways they can do that. But at the end of the day, when you're signing up to hopefully go join a college football program, it's about building relationships. It's about people. It's about connections. So you can talk to a coach, you know, through Zoom, through FaceTime, text them all you want, but you have to have that face-to-face connection. You have to know the coach that you're going to be entrusting the next chapter of your life with. So it's just so critical to be able to do this, and it's wonderful that Pinnacle has this type of facility where we're able to do it, able to be spaced out, do it safely, follow all the protocols you need to, but still get that one-on-one, face-to-face attention that just we haven't been able to have.
I know you have a lot of your players here tonight from Brighton. What advice have you offered them as far as, you know, enjoying this night and what to expect?
First and foremost, like you said, to enjoy the night. I mean, these are kids that they're obviously here because they're passionate about football, they love football, and they have not been able to do something like this in over a year. So for them to be able to come out here and enjoy this, first and foremost, to enjoy every second of it. But then when they're meeting people, when they're going through the drills, my biggest piece of advice was just to be present. You know, give that coach that's giving the drill the attention, give the coach that you're talking to the attention. Whether the coach that you speak to at the college fair is the one that you end up playing for or not, whether the coach that you end up committing to is here or not, it's about relationships. This is a small fraternity, so this coach might talk to another coach. The guy you might be playing for might be watching on YouTube, so whatever the case may be, present yourself professionally with respect to everything and everyone you interact with.
We had the opportunity to interview one of your players, Alex Henniger, joined us a few minutes ago, and boy, I was really impressed talking to this young man. He has a passion for the game of football, and I know a number of Division I schools have already taken notice of his abilities.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is one where, again, special kid, passionate about football, like you said, but he's young too. What I think a lot of people don't realize is when he goes into a college program, he's only going to be 17 years old. So if you look at the film that he's already put out there as a varsity all-county starter last year as a sophomore, he was 14 years old for the entire season. Only played one, I think he was 15 for the last game we played because he's got a mid-late October birthday. So he hasn't even begun to scratch the surface of what he's capable of.
He's 6'5", 270 pounds, only going to get bigger, and he plays a position that obviously doesn't get a lot of credit at times. It's not as glamorous as being a running back, wide receiver, quarterback, whatever, but he seems to really enjoy being on the line.
That credit is 100% due to our offensive line coach, Mike Weimer. The culture of being an offensive lineman in Brighton is something that he's built from scratch, and the kids love it. You get to play offensive line for him. You just learn to love it, be passionate about it, and Alex is a great example of that.
We're getting ready in the second session to check out some of the quarterbacks, and your quarterback is here tonight as well, Brendan Klaskins. This guy has speed, he has power. Talk about his game.
Phenomenal athlete. We ask our quarterbacks to be a dual threat, be able to run and be able to throw. We only started him playing quarterback his 9th grade year. Prior to that, he'd only been a running back for youth football, but we saw that, like you said, that raw athletic ability. And he's just like another one, kind of like Alex, just passionate about football. Has done a lot of work in the off season. Did stuff with Jared Gerbino, the Rush Henrietta alum, Dartmouth alum, in the off season. And just, you talk about physical ability. The kid is an absolute freak in the weight room. Yeah. On any drill that we do, it's rare. And what's really nice too is unbelievable human being. He's the type of kid that just elevates people around him. Kids love being around him. He's a great kid. He's a phenomenal student. He is literally everything that you could possibly ask for in a quarterback.
When you do get an opportunity to talk to college recruiters about your guys, what do you think is the message that you try to deliver?
I think most of the coaches who have been recruiting our program know something about our program, have met kids in our program, know that our kids are passionate about football. Our community, our tradition in the past, we're not a football powerhouse when we as a coaching staff took over 8 years ago. And the kids that are now in the program love it. Our community now loves it. You know, the youth program, it's a building thing. Our kids take a lot of pride in the fact that, especially this group, that they're hoping to do something that our school's never done before. They're hoping to establish themselves as the best to ever play. And I think that's something that you see when you talk to Alex, when you get a chance to see Brennan. Like, those are kids that just want to be the best that's ever come through the high school.
And I know you and your team can't wait to get the season underway. A little bit late start because of COVID, but we do have a football season. How do you think things are going to play out? There's still an unknown, so to speak, but just to have the opportunity to get back out there, it's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, we're still working out the kinks. When are we going to start? How many real games are there going to be? What's that format going to look like? But after all this layoff, I mean, the fact that we're going to get to play games, we are just grateful. You'll see our kids play with great joy and great passion, because if anything that we as a football community, as everybody globally has learned, you can't take anything for granted. We were going into last off season thinking that last fall was going to be very special for our program, and obviously that didn't happen. So now we're just excited to be back out there. These kids have grown up playing together, to be able to play with their friends, the game that they love. I mean, however it shakes out, whenever we're able to start, we're just going to be thankful to be able to do it.
Coach, I want to wish you the best of luck this season, and thank you so much for being involved in this showcase. I know it's important to you, and Dave Marine obviously appreciates all the coaches in the area supporting him in this endeavor. Have fun tonight. I think you're enjoying yourself, and we're look forward to watching some of your guys out here too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
you bet.
Coach.
That's Steve Leon, the head football coach at Brighton High School, joining us tonight at the football showcase. He's got a number of his players in attendance, and it's great to get his thoughts on some of the guys that suit up for him.
And we got James Lill coming up here next, and maybe while he gets all set up, let's take a peek back down at the recruiting fair and see if we can get some audio.
Doing a great job getting guys out to campus, and we got a bunch of Prepstar guys that have made their way. And
once again, you're listening to Steve Deanna from Prepstar. He's mic'd up for us tonight during the
we try.
college
and,
fair.
You know, it shows well, so whatever you guys are doing over there, make sure you tell Coach Fagiano I said hello, and he's doing a good job. Oh, he's a great guy. One of my favorite.
Little flavor for what's going on with the college fair. Great opportunity for these players to interact one-on-one with the coaches and get to learn a little bit about the schools, and in turn these players get to learn a little bit about the coaches as well. Well, now we're pleased to be joined by James Lill, senior offensive line, defensive lineman for Webster Schrader. James, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no problem.
We appreciate it. You bet. James is 6'4", weighs 272 pounds, and I know you just got off the field. And what was the experience like for you to be involved in this showcase?
Oh, it was awesome. You know, this is my first year coming here, and I was really impressed by the level of talent, the level of coaching, and especially this year, just to get out and go play football again was awesome.
Coach Marine, who is the organizer of this event, always talks about taking something away from the football field, learning something new. Anything you're taking away from tonight that may help you down the road?
Yeah, just in terms of football, I just got to work on my inside hand. I heard that over and over again from all the college coaches, you know, and that's some advanced stuff you might not pick up from high school. But in terms of overall, I would just say that just a reminder that there are hundreds of kids out there all competing for the same spot. When I showed up and there were 200 kids here, you know, I was like, wow, there's a lot of kids out there that want to play college football. So it just always reminded me that I just need to keep working, keep getting better.
You mentioned the work that's involved in being a player. No fall football, but I know you've been busy in the weight room. How much have you missed the game of football?
Oh, I miss it so much. Usually, you know, you're lifting weights and, you know, doing agility training to play football, but I felt like I was just lifting weights to just lift weights, and just to be back out here and just get hit in the face again. They all thought I was crazy out there. I said, I got hit in the nose, and I go, man, I really missed that, you know? And I wasn't trying to be like a crazy tough guy. It was just really that burning sensation is really, I was really excited to get back out there and just hit somebody. It was awesome.
It's easy to tell that you certainly have a passion for the game of football, and I know you've been on varsity since 9th grade. How did it get all started for you? When did you get interested in football?
Oh, well, my dad and uncle played football at West Ironquoit, and then they ended up going to Columbia to play football. So it's been in my family for a long time. And I've been fortunate to get coached by some great coaches at Webster Schrader. And I really started loving the game around middle school because, you know, there's some weird rules with Pop Warner and weight limits, you know. So I was always kind of bouncing in and out. But 7th, 8th grade, Mod B freshman, that was when I really started to pick up the game and watch it all the time and try to learn as much as I could about it.
How much advice have you gotten from your dad and your uncle that have played the game? I imagine they've had a big influence on you.
Oh, yeah, they've had a huge influence on me. My dad, you know, I call him after everything I do, and he gives me advice, you know. He was a skill guy, so he always likes to try to come in and tell the offensive lineman what to do, you know. But my uncle played tight end, so he knows all about blocking, so he'll go back and watch the film with me, and we'll talk about blocking. But just in terms of football, they'll always keep me on the right path and talk about recruiting and, you know, what the game is all about, not just about technique and footwork.
You said your dad was a skill guy. Those guys seem to always get all the headlines. People see them in the highlights. The O-line guys, we don't really hear too much about them, but you guys are the ones that really make things happen for the skill players. What's it like being a lineman? You got to have a special mentality, I guess, to take on that position.
Yeah, I think you got to be a little crazy, you know. You never know. But no, it's a big fraternity. You see somebody and they say they played offensive line. It doesn't matter if they played for 1 year in high school or they're a Hall of Famer. You know, like we've all been through the same thing together, you know. I mean, the biggest group on the team will always be the offensive and defensive line, and you just stick together thick and thin, grind it out in practice, you know. The quarterbacks, they just get to sit back there and throw it around all day and complain. You know, offensive line, we're out there getting smashed every day.
I was checking out your Twitter feed, and I saw a video of you dunking a basketball, and you were kind of saying, hey, you know, a big guy has hops as well.
Yeah.
Do you like playing other sports outside of football?
Oh, yeah, I love playing basketball and baseball. It's always been a ton of fun after football season to wind down. and go. And basketball guys don't like to hit as much as football guys, so I like to go in there and I use all 5 fouls. Yeah.
Now, I know off the field you're an outstanding student in the classroom. 94 average, over 1,200 on your SATs. What are your plans for college?
So this year or next year I'll be going to prep school. I'm not really sure which yet, to do a PG year, and I'm just hoping to go high academic FBS or Ivy League, Patriot League type schools, so which would be awesome.
Do you have any schools in mind that would be your favorites?
Yeah, Columbia has a partial offer. I had to get my SAT score a little higher, and then I kind of told them I was going to prep school anyway, so it worked out. So Columbia would probably be my number one, and then I have interest in Harvard and Cornell as well, which is 3 great schools. I'd be happy to go any one of them.
What are your plans as far as the major goes?
Oh, I don't know. Just business right now. You know.
Business, okay. Yeah. You got it. I understand that you have gotten some offers already.
Yeah, just the one from Columbia,
just
and
from
then a few
okay.
D3 and D2, but you know.
I know you must be so excited to get back to the business of playing football. What are the goals this year for your team and for you personally?
Yeah, I think we've Webster Schrader's been really fortunate enough to have some really tough kids over the past 5-6 years, and we're just trying to reestablish that tough mindset. And we want to get out there, and it's going to be cold, freezing. We're not going to be throwing the ball like we have the past 2 years. We really just want to run the ball down people's throats, and I think that's what we can do this year. I think that's where our skill lies at. And I'm really excited to be out there with my teammates again, go play somebody else. Yeah.
We look forward to certainly seeing you guys in action. Varsity Media does a lot of streaming of the games, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys in action. Outside of football, what else do you like to do to have some fun?
Yeah, well, especially during COVID, I've really realized how much I love weightlifting. It's always kind of been a secondary thing because I've been playing sports first and weightlifting second. But now that there's been nothing to do, me and my dad, we built a home gym in our basement, and my grandpa was a bodybuilder, so it's in our blood, and just getting down there and just really working, just trying to get as strong as possible. I mean, I look forward to it every day when I get up, and it wasn't like that before when I had to go do a 2-hour practice and then go lift for 45 minutes,
What are some of the results that you're seeing in the weight room?
Yeah, well, I've definitely gained weight. I'm 280 now. But you said I was 272 at first. That must have been an old number. But I didn't gain bad weight. I'm faster and stronger. I was never able to dunk the basketball before, and now I can. I've always had field strength, but not really weight room strength. And I really transitioned. I think if I can really continue my progress in the weight room, I'm squatting 315 and really easily for a lot of reps and benching 225 out. I think if I can just keep progressing that, I think I'll get a lot stronger and faster, which is what we're looking for.
It's certainly paying off for you. You've had some, as you mentioned earlier, you already have an offer. You're great in the classroom. It seems like you really have a plan for the future. You really have a passion for the game, and you want to take it to the next level.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Well, James Lill, we certainly appreciate your time, and thank you for joining us, and have fun at the showcase, and we look forward to seeing you out there on the football field pretty soon.
Thank you guys so much. This is awesome.
You
I
bet.
Really appreciate it.
You bet. Once again, that's James Lill, senior lineman from Webster Schrader, joining us tonight. As he mentioned, he's put on a few more pounds. He's up to 280, 6'4", and he really enjoys working out in the weight room. And we are once again in between sessions here at the Pinnacle Sports Complex in Victor, New York. We're getting ready to interview a good friend of mine. Andre Fontenette has joined us. We're going to put a headset on this man and talk some football. Andre and I work together over at Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, an excellent football analyst, part of our SU coverage, former star wide receiver standout for the Syracuse Orange, and he is currently the assistant football coach at McQuaid. Hi, Andre.
My man, good to see you. I miss you, man.
I do too. I wish we had a Syracuse show to do.
I know.
That was a lot of fun. Andre and I worked together over at Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. He's part of our Syracuse football coverage, and really appreciate all of his efforts for our shows. Andre, we're here tonight at the showcase, and boy, this is such a great event. We have over 300 athletes here. What has impressed you the most about what you've seen so far?
Well, first of all, Coach Marine and the organization of the whole thing has been amazing. I mean, everything's been so precise, on time. Has been done very professionally so far today, and that's been enjoyable to watch, and I've had a chance to learn a couple things from that. But you know who just in terms of who I see out here, I did not know that Rush Henrietta had a quarterback like they do. They got a 6'3" kid who looks like Perry Patterson.
He's a lefty, isn't he?
And he's Perry was a lefty.
Okay.
This kid's a righty, but he's a big boy, and I didn't know who he was until today. He's a sophomore, so there's him. We got a couple McQuaid kids out here showing, Jacob Kimbrew, Paris Smiley, Joey Leuzzi, all trying to do their thing. So there's 300 kids out here, and everyone's working hard, trying to get themselves noticed. There's plenty of college coaches here, and it's been enjoyable to watch. And it's good to see Section 5 kids, mainly Rochester kids, trying to get themselves noticed.
We always talk about the talent level here in New York State, and I know you obviously went to Churchville-Chalae High School, went on to play at Syracuse Division I school. We have a lot of talent here in the state, but sometimes it goes underneath the radar. How would you assess, what we have out here and just overall in New York?
Well, I'll tell you what, me and Mo Jackson were just down there talking. We're talking down there with Jake Zembeck, and he's an Aquinas kid who went to Penn State. And I said, Jake, did Syracuse recruit you? And he said, Syracuse didn't even recruit me. That's crazy. New York State kids need to be recruited by Syracuse and things like that. There's a lot of talent here that people don't understand and don't know about. But I think that nowadays it's easier because of the social media and things of that network. It makes it easy for everybody to just get their things out there quickly. So, it's been a great outing. There's talent out here. There's young kids. There's older kids. It's been something good for everybody.
When you were being recruited back in the day at Churchville-Chalae, what was the process like for you?
Well, Coach Paul Dick, who was my high school head coach, unbeknownst to me, started sending my film out to schools really after my sophomore year. I had a really good sophomore year, really in the first 3 games, because I was young and dumb and had a bad attitude, and I didn't play too much my sophomore year playing varsity. But those first 3 games, I did well enough to get it on film, and Coach sent it out, and next thing you know, I started getting letters in the mail, and he told me, well, I think you're good enough to get a scholarship. I registered with the clearinghouse. I did everything I had to do with my grades, and was able to qualify. And next thing I know, my junior year, I get a call and a scholarship offer from Wake Forest. Is the first school that recruited me, or that offered me. And then after that, they all just started rolling in. And I was blessed to be in that kind of situation. But it was really because my high school coach pushed me and my information, my film, my transcripts out to everywhere, really. I got an offer from Ole Miss. I'm like, well, I don't even know where Mississippi is. How did you get my film down there? So, it was really a testament to my high school head coach getting film out there. Nowadays, kids don't have to worry about that so much. They can make their own highlight films. They're on Huddle, doing things their own way. So it's a different process than I had, but I'm sure it's still an enjoyable process. What advice do you offer to your players as far as recruiting and just playing the game of football? Well, with recruiting, the number one thing's got to be grades. You could be the LeBron James of high school football, but in football, it's not like the NBA. You got to go to college. If you want to make it in the NFL, you got to go to college and you got to qualify. So if you want that scholarship, you got to make sure from your freshman year on through that you're doing what you have to do academically. That would be my best advice, most importantly. And then, people like Mo Jackson doing things in the off season, his speed school, just off-season programs. Make sure you're in the weight room lifting, doing everything you got to do. And lastly, be in contact with those college coaches. If you want to get recruited by a college, find out who recruits your area, email that coach or call that coach, send your film out to them, and and see what happens. But you can't. It's not always going to come to you. You got to go get it yourself. Yeah, that's some great advice that you definitely share with your players. And I know as a coach, you got to be excited about the news of high school football returning. Yep. Looks like we're all set to go. How pumped are you and your players to get back out on the field? Oh man, we're excited. The kids have been working so hard for the last couple of months. We haven't had as much time as you normally would to have a full off season, but our kids have done everything they have to do. We start in March, and coming off of a state championship at McQuaid, or excuse me, a state runner-up at McQuaid, we're excited to get back out there, and hopefully we can find similar success this season.
I think I know what the goal is this year.
Yeah, win or bust.
Right. Well, Andre, it's always a pleasure to spend some time with you, and always have had great times with you over at Time Warner Cable, and now being involved in the showcase.
Yep.
And we're going to be checking out some of your players tonight, and best of luck.
Well, make sure you keep on checking out my podcast for Syracuse football at Rock Sports Network, so that way I can have you on my show and we can do our thing together.
That's a deal. I'd love to join you. That's
All right.
awesome. Andre Fontenette, everybody.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to speak to him, and we appreciate his time. And we're going to go back down to the field now with Coach Dave Marine talking to the players for session number 2.
You can step outside the net, take your mask down, get a breather, go get some water, then come back. Okay? All right, so it's important to keep it on, but at the same point, be mindful of how you're dealing with it. The third thing is have fun. Have fun tonight. It's been a long time since we played ball. It's been a long time since we played ball. So have fun, be coachable, and get it after. Okay, we're going to have the coaches introduce themselves. But I want to thank Coach Kramer. Kramer, pass offense coordinator at college, also led a fly camp, so he'll introduce himself in a second. But he's done a big job of getting the college coaches here. So we got 50 plus college coaches here. We got 20 programs here. We got another 10 that are online because of COVID restrictions. They aren't letting them go off campus. All right, but they have your number. They have the same sheet. These coaches are going to be walking around evaluating you guys. Okay, so I want to thank Coach. So let's give Coach a round of applause. Okay, I also want to thank Varsity Media because they're live streaming this. Now is an opportunity for your families and for the college coaches to see it. In the long run, they're going to have all camera angles. They're going to upload all that stuff individually, and we'll put it on my website so we can have it for you guys to share with your college coaches of interest, so they can see a specific position. You guys are technically sound. You know how to pull that stuff from and cut it up to you. We had a kid last year, Notre Dame Batavia, small school. He went to Velpro on a full scholarship because he sent the video from here there. So take advantage of that opportunity. All right, I also want to state Steve Prepstar, who's over there. He's a big part of our sponsors and our shirts. Okay, and Priscilla Gamer, who's also helping us with Huntington Learning Center. It's a great part. As you know, you can be great at football, but if you don't have the academics, it's not going to help you. So if you didn't get a chance to stop at that table, stop there on the way out. Pick up some information to help you with any specific subject, prepping for SATs, all that stuff. Okay, a lot of great information. Your job, we're going to introduce the coaches and we'll talk a little bit about them. So, Coach, if you want to introduce yourself first.
See some of the coaches introducing themselves to the players. Jake Zembak was one of the coaches that's out there tonight.
Big skill. He helps us. He did a great job this morning of the early session. Listen, if you don't get better in the next hour and 45 minutes on this field, that's on you. You got a great staff that's lived in your shoes at one time. They're here to give back to help you guys. Be coachable, get after it. You're going to have a blast tonight. You're going to have a lot of fun, okay? Here's what we need to do. We need to get you in line so we can transition from our warm-up lines into our indie period. So this will be your first time. You got to show how coachable and how much you focus on the details. 1, 5, 2, 0. Good work, go. Pay attention on this. All QBs that are in the class of 21s, all QBs in the class of 21s, come on over. Coach, we're going to put the first 4 lines, 6 of them in.
Second session about to get underway. Coach Dave Marine giving his opening remarks to the players. Once again, in this session, we'll be seeing the wide receivers, the quarterbacks, and the DBs.
And a lot of them. We see, you can see just in the picture the numbers down there. As we mentioned a few times tonight, over 300 young athletes here tonight, and a little more than half, I believe, here in this session. So I think we're going to see some exciting plays. We got the quarterbacks, wide receivers, DBs. Going to be a fun session.
We have 50 quarterbacks and about 80 wide receivers out here. So a lot of talent for sure. As we await this session to fully get underway, we're going to bring in another guest. Joining us now is the head football coach at St. John Fisher College, Paul Vosberg, joining us at our broadcast location. And Coach, this showcase is quite a special event. What have you been learning about the players tonight? What has stood out for you?
Well, we've seen some guys really work hard out there and give a great effort in that, and of course just watching their overall talent as far as quickness, speed, agility and that, but mostly just seeing them work hard and try to show that they're going to be good college football players.
What do you think makes a good college football player? You're at St. John Fisher College, Division III school. What do you guys look for in the Fisher family?
Well, the first thing we do, you know, like every school, we're going to want the best talented kids we can find, the biggest, the strongest, the fastest, but we also look for character. We want guys that have great character, have a good work ethic, they're disciplined, committed not only to football, but committed to their education. And so those things are equally as important, if not more important, than just physical ability.
The recruiting process itself has certainly changed over the years. Social media, videos. How have you seen it evolve over time?
Well, it's gotten better and better, because at one time we didn't have all the film we have today from high schools. A long time ago, if you didn't go out and see a kid personally, you didn't really get to see him a lot of times. But now there's so much more film available to watch the kids. And then there's all these fairs like this going on. They go on all year long. I mean, we spend the whole summer recruiting, because they have all these recruiting fairs and camps like this to show the talent of these young athletes.
This camp, it's in its 3rd year. Dave Marine is the founder and the organizer of this event. How does this compare to maybe some other showcase events that you've attended?
Well, we think they do a great job, because we like to come here, and we've gotten some kids out of this. Because we got to watch them do athletic things. They didn't go there and just run 40-yard dashes or pro agility things. They're going to come here and do some athletic things, football-type things, so we can see their talent and so on. So they've done a great job running this camp.
One of the things that's new for this year is the college fair, where players really have an opportunity to come over, meet the coaches, learn a little bit about the schools. How important is it to have that one-on-one with the players?
Oh, that's invaluable. I mean, it's great to talk to the kids. They get to meet you, you get to meet them, and especially this year, where sometimes it's been hard to meet kids with this virus going around, and schools are limited in bringing kids onto campus to see the campus. So this is very valuable to us that we got to come here today. And some of these kids we already knew about. We've already seen them on film, but we haven't been able to meet them personally. Some of them, this is 2nd or 3rd time we've met them personally, and that. So this has been great for us.
Can you share with us some of the players that you're looking at tonight?
Yeah, we're looking at the quarterback from Victor is one of them, and we really like James Knapp and stuff. And there's just a whole host of them because there's a couple guys from McQuaid and Greece and so on. So we've got probably we went through and looked at it, and we've probably got 30 kids that have already visited us already that are here tonight.
Now, one advantage for your program is your facilities. You guys are the home of the Buffalo Bills training camp. Fisher has NFL quality facilities. That has to be a great recruiting tool for you.
No doubt about it. No doubt. Kids are the same all around, whether it's Division I, II, or III, but they want to go to a place that has great facilities for them to play in and work out in and so on. So they do want top-notch facilities, and so it's important for us to have those.
You mentioned earlier the academic component of recruiting, and that is so important to these players and to their families. When you're talking to a player or his parents, how do you sell Fisher to them?
Well, the one thing we talk to them and their parents about, that this isn't about a 4-year commitment to them. It's really about a 40-year commitment, because that's their education kicking in. And maybe they go to graduate school or whatever, but it's about 40 years, not just the 4 years they were there. So we try to make sure that they know we're committed to them for not 4 years, but 40 years.
This year has been quite a year, given COVID and all the restrictions. No fall football for high school. You guys didn't have a season as well. Now that we're starting to see things open up and looks like we're going to have high school football, how does your life, so to speak, speed up a little bit?
Well, it speeds up. Hopefully we can get out to see these guys play a little bit, and in the spring we're supposed to have a season in the spring too, so we'll get back to coaching some football and getting our kids ready to play for next fall at least, and that. But we will have football this spring, so everything's going to pick up. The pace is going to be faster, but it's going to be fun too. And because I think what we all know, we really appreciate now what we lost this last fall. So it's good to be back and have football going again.
How have you as a coach kept your players motivated during this period when they haven't been able to get out on the field? Has that been challenging at times?
Oh yes, yeah, and especially when they're at home at times. I mean, after the semester was open, they had a long break. Our guys will start this Monday into classes, and so they haven't been on our campus since November. So they've been away for a little while. So we did try to have like Zoom meetings with them and stuff like that, and not just football meetings. We just talk to them about life in general, and try to make sure that they were staying in contact with each other and with the coaches. And so it's been a challenge. No doubt it's been a challenge.
Well, Coach, I want to thank you for your time. I know you probably want to get back down the field. James Knapp, you mentioned earlier, he's out there, so I know you want to check him out.
You check.
And really thank you again for coming to the showcase, and best of luck this season.
Yep.
Being a Fisher grad, go Cardinals.
Go Cardinals, yeah. Thank you.
You bet. Once again, folks, that is the head football coach at St. John Fisher College, Paul Vosberg, joining us. Fisher, one of the many schools represented here at the football showcase. And Coach mentioned that Fisher has their eye on Victor quarterback James Knapp. And he is out there during this session. We had a chance earlier to speak to James. Once again, we'll try to listen in a little bit. We do have a microphone on Coach Marine. Taking a look at the quarterbacks that are out there tonight. We said we got about 50 in attendance, 80 wide receivers. The seniors are wearing the blue jerseys. The juniors are in the red. And the guys in the white are sophomores. Once again, this is the 3rd annual New York State Elite Athletics Football Showcase and College Fair. We're coming to you from the Pinnacle Sports Complex in Victor, New York. And joining us now, I believe, is Coach Kramer. You bet. Thank you so much, Rob Kramer, the offensive coordinator at St. John Fisher College. We just heard from your boss.
Yeah.
He was joining us, and he says you guys have your eye on James Knapp tonight. He's one of the guys that you're checking out, quarterback from Victor.
James is a good football player. A lot of good kids out here today, and it's a great opportunity for New York State football to be back here and getting a lot of kids out here in one facility for the opportunity for not only us, but just a lot of kids to be seen as at one time.
I know you, along with Dave Marine, put this showcase on. It's a passion of yours to get these kids out here, to get them noticed, recognized. How much work is involved in putting an event like this on?
It's a lot of moving pieces. There's no doubt about that. We really kind of brainstormed for a while about how we could blend the two camps that we are running. I run a college prep camp during the summer, and Coach has done this, and I do some quarterback wide receiver stuff on the side, and we were like, hey, let's try to blend these together for to get the most out of it. And one of the big things we wanted to do was how can we bring the college coaches into this and be more active, at the same time help these student athletes out. And we brainstormed how we could set up a fair, being on the road, recruiting, going to a lot of college fairs, doing that stuff. We kind of parlayed it into the recruiting fair component, the on-field piece, which would give the kids everything in a one-stop shop type concept. They could come here, they could do the fair, get around, see a lot of schools, a lot of the coaches who are watching, a lot of kids that actually get a little more personal with these kids, but also expose themselves a little bit at the same time.
What's the feedback that you've gotten from the players so far that you've talked to? What are their thoughts on this showcase?
What I believe is they're getting an opportunity to be seen by 30 different schools, and I think that's the biggest thing. They want to be out here to compete, and that's what we ask them when we bring them all together: have fun and compete. And kids, if these kids want to come out here and compete, schools are going to take notice. They're going to see them and have fun doing it. These guys just want to be out here. Everyone's down there. You may not see it. You can tell they got a smile on their face just being back on the turf and playing football.
As far as the evaluation process goes, you as an offensive coordinator at St. John Fisher College, what do you look for when you're recruiting a player?
I mean, the kids want to compete. I think that's probably the biggest thing. You know, our kids having fun competing more than anything. We want to make sure that kids are out there having fun, but they want to compete against the best day in and day out and get out there. And our kids good. They look you in the eye, shake you in the hand, and do those things. That's the overall initial, first opportunity, first impression that you get. You want to be able to see that.
When you look at the talent we have out here on the field tonight, at times, sometimes these players may fly under the radar with other states. How would you compare the talent that we have in New York State and from year to year?
Overall, it's really tough to gauge because it's such we really break down New York State into 3 areas. You have upstate New York, you have New York City, and then you have Long Island. And I think we're probably one of very few states that separate internally. And if you look at the state of Florida where I've recruited, or the state of Pennsylvania and Ohio, they're almost one entity where we break up between, the privates and the publics, and then Long Island has its own thing and New York City has its own thing. I think until we are able to really bring New York State together as a whole, I think we're going to be in a situation where we're always going to be kind of lagging behind because we aren't all, our vision is not all together as a whole. And I think that's a big thing. I think, in time, hopefully we see a change in that. But, right now, I think there's some tremendous talent across the state. You see kids at some higher level, Division 1, 2, and 3. Kids sometimes feel like they're undervalued if they go Division 3. There's some really good Division 3 football in New York State. And there's no shame at Fisher, a Cortland, a Brockport, a Hobart, an Ithaca. There's some darn good schools that have produced a lot of really good players. Kid out of Hobart's played in the Super Bowl. I mean, Ellie Marpet. I mean, that's incredible. The kid was a Division 3 kid out of downstate New York, the Hudson Valley area, and that just tells you they're out there, they're available. And we've had some tremendous kids come through. New York State, they've had opportunities that have succeeded. The Gauze family right here in Rochester. Quentin was with the Broncos for a while. So there's talent. It may not be as many as some other states, but I think sometimes because our football seasons are so short and other sports sometimes take precedent, that kind of interferes with that aspect.
When you look at these players, the next step for them is college. How difficult of a transition is it? You were a former player. You know what it's like going from the high school level to the college level.
Yeah, I think initially, you're learning a whole new language when you go to the college level. Wherever you go, you're going to go to, whether it's a Fisher, a Brockport, a Cortland, a Hobart, you're going to go learn a whole new concept where now you're the little fish in a big pond. Not only that, you're going to be going against guys that are 18 to 23, 24 years old that are physically mature, that have been the best players in the areas that they were too. It's essentially an all-star team that has come together. And so when the guys go there, there's some kids that the biggest thing is when you get comfortable, you compete at a high level. It's the biggest thing is getting comfortable first, understand what's going on, and then being able to compete. A lot of people always say, oh, the speed's faster. Football's football. Whether it's power at Fisher or power at Ithaca, you're still running power.
Yep.
So it's a lot of it is just being able to, how do you get yourself comfortable to be able to compete at a high level? And once you get comfortable, you can compete.
You mentioned earlier looking at James Knapp at the quarterback position. Are you guys here tonight looking for potential positions that you have need for? Or how do you guys approach this as a staff when you evaluate everybody out here?
It's all about finding very good football players and fitting them into what you do well. We're going to look for the best kids that want to go out there and compete, and then you meld them and mold them into what you need to. Overall, you're always looking, the biggest and hardest position I believe to find are offense and defensive linemen and quarterbacks, especially at the Division III level, because if they're a big body, someone's going to take a shot on a big body based on potential. You get really good quarterbacks that always seem to want a little bit more. So it's like, oh, do I take a walk-on? Do I do something like that? So that's always become a challenge, but it's about building relationships and rapport and really making sure they understand who you are.
With COVID now starting to, the positivity rate is going down. High school football is getting ready to start up. The hope in the fall is that you guys will be in good shape and we'll have a college football season. How excited are you and your staff and your players to get back to the game of football that you so love?
Absolutely. I mean, I think everyone wants to get back on the field one way or another, just to be around guys, to compete and do those things. And I think that's one of the biggest things that has been missed during this period, is being able to have that connection and camaraderie piece. And I think that'll be a big thing over the next several weeks and months. It's one day at a time, but you got to do your part.
Coach Rob Kramer, we appreciate your time tonight. Look forward to the upcoming football season. Best of luck to St. John Fisher College. I'm a 1984 grad, so I say go Cardinals, and have fun tonight.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Once again, that's Rob Kramer from St. John Fisher College, one of the many coaches out here tonight. He's also helps Dave Marine organizing this event, and it's been quite an event. Each and every year it gets bigger and better. And this is the third annual. We're taking a look at some of the wide receivers that are working with the coaches. Andre Fontenette, one of the coaches at McQuaid, out there throwing some of the passes to the wide receivers. Andre played college ball at Syracuse.
See the wide receivers out there. Let's take a look at the coaches. Along with Coach Fontenette, we have Coach Mo Jackson from MJ School of Speed and former Syracuse University wide receiver. Coach Steve Leon, who we just talked to, head football coach at Brighton, now with the Bruins, not the Barons.
That's right.
I don't know how many times I'm going to say Barons, but the Brighton Bruins. Coach John Russ, head coach at HFL, is out there, a Delaware University defensive back. Coach Ryan Kramer, offensive coordinator at Rush Henrietta. Aaron Pusateri, defensive coordinator at Rush Henrietta. And Garrett Parker, who is an assistant football coach at HFL, are our wide receivers and defensive back coaches.
It's great to have so many coaches out here helping these players. Just speaks to their passion for the game and wanting to give back and just really help these players advance on to the next level. I know Coach Marine really appreciates all the cooperation he gets from coaches in the area. This really makes this event quite special. So as you can see by that picture, we have a lot of quarterbacks and a lot of wide receivers out here. This session will go on for a while. We just started. This will go to about 9 o'clock tonight, so we've got another hour and 15 minutes. And by the time this is over, these players will walk off the field, taking away something, learning something that they can apply on the field. That's a big thing of what Dave Marina preaches, is you always want to take away something to improve your game every time you step onto the field.
Yeah, a lot of lessons. We heard a couple lessons just listening to him going down on the field, listening to the audio just for a couple minutes. So always teaching, and he wants these kids to take away something, and I think they're learning invaluable lessons tonight. So hopefully a lot of kids walk out of here better players.
It's been quite a treat to be able to mic up Coach Marine. We had a mic earlier on Steve Deanna. He helped us with the college fair, just to hear that interaction that they have with the players. It's great to be able to listen in on things like that. We appreciate both coaches being willing to wear a microphone for us. Once again, you're looking at the wide receivers here on field number 2. The seniors are wearing the blue jerseys. The juniors have red on, and the sophomores have the white jerseys. All the players wearing their face masks.
Get a little quick look at the quarterbacks coaches for tonight. Coach John Kinder, assistant coach, Southwestern High School. Coach Bobby Bates from McQuaid, head football coach there. Coach Rick Puccio, hopefully I'm saying that right, Puccio, head football coach at Albany Academy. Jake Zembach, that we mentioned before, Penn State University quarterback and local Rochester native. Coach Rob Kramer, who we just had the pleasure of talking with, offensive coordinator, St. John Fisher, and then head coach Jason Benham, who we also spoke to earlier. So a lot of great coaches out here too, teaching these young kids up.
We've just started session number 2. Lots more to come from the Pinnacle Sports Complex. We'll also have some more guests stopping by. We really appreciate the players and the coaches that have had a chance to join us, giving us a little perspective on this event and what they've been getting out of it. Once again, we want to thank everybody that's joining us tonight on the Varsity Media Sports Network. We're coming to you from the Pinnacle Sports Complex in Victor, New York. where we have over 300 athletes from across New York State. And we are pleased now to welcome in another guest, the head football coach at Brockport, SUNY Brockport, Jason Mangone, joining us. Jason, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Tell me a little bit about this event and what it's been like for you to be out here and getting a chance to see some of the best talent in New York State.
Yeah, it's great to have you know, all the best kind of in one spot, and you know, get a chance to you evaluate these guys on their films, and obviously with this crazy time right now, some have, some do not have any. So it's been nice not only to get eyes on, but then compare live one to the next, and really just get a chance to see what these guys look like up and close. You know, we've had a chance to evaluate, talk to a lot of the 21s, the seniors, but we really haven't had a chance to evaluate the juniors and sophomores thus far. So for us, it's great to kind of connect with some of the seniors that we've had on campus and have we talked to, but really more importantly, just seeing the juniors and the sophomores, because those guys don't have as much film, you know, currently. So it's been good.
One of the new things to the showcase this year has been the college fair, really an opportunity to get more one-on-one with the players. They get a chance to meet you, you get a chance to meet them, share some stories. How important is it to have that contact? Now with COVID, you probably had to do a lot of things over Zoom and things like that, but to have that one-on-one probably means a lot.
Yeah, it's been great. Just to see their personalities. You know, you get a chance to obviously see their ability on film, but there's, you know, and you talk to them, again, some through text, some through phone call, but to just really see them kind of open up, or I guess maybe lack thereof. But the kids were great tonight, very personable, very respectful, and we got a chance to see a lot of kids in a short period of time. But you know, our staff is here, so we were able to kind of divide and conquer. So it was great.
When you evaluate talent, what do you look for as a staff in finding the right fit for Brockport?
Yeah, I mean, the first and foremost is ability, right? I mean, that's the obvious. You know, if a kid, you know, on his film, does he pop off as, you know, for example, a receiver? Some kids get worried that, you know, they may not have as many catches as somebody else, but we're really watching them play in and play out, kind of how they run routes, what their agility is, how fast they are, and what they're doing when the ball's not in their hands. Are they sulking? Are they taking plays off? So that's a small example of one position. But then, you know, what we're looking for too is the availability. You know, what's their transcript look like? How many tardies do they have on it? What do the absences look like? And in today's age, this last year's been a little difficult because it's been the hybrid, right? Most kids, if they have missed, we're not going to hold it against them because there may be a circumstance that provided it. But in the past, and hopefully the future, you know, we're really checking, because if it's tardy in high school, if they're missing classes in high school, it's not going to change in college. There is no switch. You kind of are who you are. So really the ability, the availability, and then the reliability. You know, who are you every day? Are you the same kid on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday? Are you consistent with what you do? Because we just don't want to have somebody that's really great on Monday and then Tuesday's practice kind of slacks off or whatnot, and then is good on Wednesday. We need consistency. So those three things, but obviously it starts with what they can do on the field, and we want talent like everybody else, obviously, because we're trying to win a national championship.
Are there some areas of need that you're looking for specifically, or are you just looking overall at the talent?
Both. I mean, obviously you always want the best of the best and the best of the rest. You know, that's kind of our deal. But you can never have enough good offensive and defensive linemen at any level. They're the guys that traditionally will get money early on because, you know, there are far and few. You know, obviously I think everybody's seeing that the Wisconsin Whitewater O-lineman this week at the Senior Bowl is tearing it up and unfortunately broke his hand and couldn't play. But there's a D3 guy that is playing, got the MVP of the O-line during the week of practice. So O-line, D-line especially. And then for us this year, I think secondary has been a big priority for us. Just getting good depth, because secondary players are obvious, corners, safeties, but those guys are a mainstay in all your special teams. So, you know, if you're too deep, very good there, you're going to have good special teams as well.
When you have a player that may have multiple offers and has to make a decision, how do you as a coach and your staff sell them on Brockport?
Well, I think there's a ton to sell, and see, we're very blessed to be at Brockport because we always say too, right, if football was out of the equation, Brockport should be in the running for most kids. You know, let's just take example of a kid, you know, wants business, for example. You know, first and foremost, we have 49 undergraduate programs, and our business school is one of the best, right? So if you want business and you're one of these kids that's checking things out, take football out of it, you got to look at Brockport. Look at our price. You know, we're a SUNY school, so we're about $22,000 all in before any kind of aid. And then you have the size. You know, we're a mid-sized university, so we're at 7,000 students. We're not small to the point where you're going to see the same kids no matter where you are on campus all the time, but we're not too big where you get lost. And then class size. We're 22 kids average in class, 19-to-1 faculty-student ratio. So I think that's a comfortability factor where you're not going to be a number. You can't have over 25 kids in your major in class, so I think that speaks volumes right there. The professor's going to know who you are in all of your classes.
Now with the football season, high school, getting ready to kick off hopefully soon. Looks like everything is in place for that. How does that change what you and your staff do? It's not a normal year for sure. How do you approach the next month or so, 2 months down the road?
Yeah, so we're really, you know, still hammering on those seniors, you know, trying to get our class filled up, and we are taking less than we normally take just due to the fact that we already have 4 classes in place because our kids got all their years back. And then we're hoping to have our traditional spring season with pads and have a scrimmage. You know, we would not be participating in any games. We need to focus on Brockport. We need to lift, get stronger as a football team, and then obviously, you know, get ourselves ready to play in the fall and win another conference championship for hopefully the 4th year in a row and go to the NCAAs. But once the season kicks off for the high school guys, you know, we'll be doing a ton of junior evaluation. And normally our junior evaluation is done early May, and it'll be a little bit later this year just due to the season. But we've got to get our prospects in order as far as the juniors, and that's what we'll be doing. So we are selfishly very excited that these young kids get a chance to play beyond, you know, the obvious that they should have the opportunity to play.
Do you anticipate making some offers out of some of the players you see tonight?
Yeah, you know, and again, the seniors for the most part we've already talked to and connected with, but the juniors, it's really getting a good chance to see some of these kids up close that have really piqued our interest. You know, may have seen them subtly in film because we haven't concentrated on that, but once you see what some of them look like, yeah, they pass the eye test, some of these guys, so to put it mildly, so we're pretty excited about what's coming through the next year.
Well, Coach, I want to thank you for your time tonight, and wish you the best of luck in the recruiting process, and also looking ahead to the football season as you go after another national championship.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate having me.
You bet. Jason Mangone, the head football coach at SUNY Brockport. We appreciate his time as the football showcase continues here at the Victor Athletic Complex. Brockport, one of 32 colleges represented here. Checking out some of the best talent in New York State as we have the wide receivers and the quarterbacks working out right now. We have about 50 quarterbacks, 80 wide receivers. And we also have the defensive backs working as well. So lots of action. All of our cameras capturing the great pictures tonight. Thank our staff for their help putting all this together. Once again, this is field session number 2. We've got about an hour left to go before we wrap things up.
It's been fun tonight, Patrick.
It certainly has, Joel.
It's just great to be back around football, and I know these kids probably feel the same way. Just getting back out in the field, being around the teammates, even you know, even some kids that aren't their teammates. Just getting out there competing.
Coach Marone mentioned at the beginning telling these players, have fun tonight, and there's no doubt that they're enjoying this. This is a great venue to hold this event. They're getting coached up by some of the best coaches in New York State, and they're getting an opportunity to meet some of the college football coaches from the area. This has been a dream for Dave Marone to put this event on. This is his 3rd year, and each year it gets bigger and better. So we're taking a look now at the looks like some of the defensive backs over on field 1, along with some of the quarterbacks. Lots of activity, that's for sure. That was Quincy Bostic, number 3 in the blue jersey, wide receiver from UPrep, 5'10", 155 pounds. It's a nice catch there by Noah Zier from Beaver River. We got players from all over the state participating.
Coach Deanna going to be joining us in just a second.
Look forward to talking to Coach. Thank him for being involved in the college fair. Well, we get Coach Deanna mic'd up. We continue to watch the quarterbacks and wide receivers. See Andre Fontenette there. The black shorts, the gray sweatshirt. Coach over at McQuaid, former standout at Syracuse University. Offering some tips to some of the wide receivers that he's working with. And now it's our pleasure to welcome in Steve Deanna, National Scouting Director with Prepstar. And Steve, first of all, thanks for joining us, and how much fun you having tonight?
Loving it. It's a it's been a long time. We all been missing it, so I'm sure you've heard it from a number of the student athletes. But no, it's been amazing today. It's been a great turnout. It's an unbelievable event. I think you could tell by the reception, both the players and the coaches at the high school and the college level. This is long overdue, but it's been really, really good. The feedback from the players has been amazing. They're so happy to be here. I think they're so geeked to get started March 1st. So, 2 thumbs up.
It has certainly been an awesome event, and talk a little bit about your role with Prepstar and how you guys help student athletes get to the next level.
Absolutely. So I'm a National Scouting Director for Prepstar, and Coach Deanna, with Prepstar. So it's it's something where we work with high school student athletes, to get them to college and to play their sport. And football is a big sport for us. It's probably, I bet you it's 75% of my players, across the state of New York. And we focus on New York State. We're a national organization, but my focus is New York State. I do some work in New England, and then I get referrals for some other states. But my focus is here. I live in Section 5. I happen to be an assistant coach here in Section 5. So it's near and dear to my heart. And I grew up here, so I played here. It's important, and I think we're often overlooked. But we work with the student athlete to get the right fit. It's one thing to get them marketed and branded for recruiting, and that's important because you got to get them noticed, but then getting the right fit, making sure they have the right academic options, and that it's checking off the boxes as far as culture and size of the school, location, how far they're going to be from home, does it give them the right options of what they want, when they is it going to give them the right feel? Because as when a student athlete steps on the right campus and they get that feeling, and the parents and everybody is are happy with it, there's a higher success for them staying. There's a higher success for them achieving all the great stuff that they should be able to do. And we want to serve our clients to make sure that they can do everything to, be the best version of themselves.
You certainly have a passion for the game of football, and you have a passion for helping student athletes take their game to the next level. What is it about your job that is most rewarding for you?
I think it's the I think it's serving others. I think it's providing opportunities for great young men and women that want to go after their goal, and we are a piece of the puzzle, right? We're one of those ones to help facilitate, again, to serve them, to allow them to do all the great stuff that they've set out to achieve. There's not a greater feeling when a student athlete of ours, commits to their school, and then, we're getting a text or I'm getting a video from them playing in college. And I've been blessed because I've been doing this for a while. Some of my student athletes have, obviously graduated from college, started working, got married, been invited to weddings, had children, and they stay in touch. It's just it's a pretty cool bond, because I think we get to affect, some really positive change in some of their lives. And we get some families that are diverse, and some of them, they get a ton of support and others don't, and we can kind of fill in the gap for what they really need. So I love doing that. I love seeing them be successful.
You've been around the game of football for many years, and obviously recruiting is a big part. How have you seen recruiting change over the years?
Oh my goodness, it's changed drastically. It's all digital now, right? Technology has gone bananas as far as, one, it wants everybody's attention, right? I feel almost bad for some of these student athletes. When I played, we didn't have all the social media and things like they have now, but we didn't have the distraction either. We didn't have all the people looking to garner our time and be, a lot of times a distraction for what they want to do. And a lot of this is kind of, look at me. And some people say, geez, you think you'd want that with your players. And it's like, no, we want to try and help college coaches, get the information that they need, because if they're getting it, then they're getting the right opportunities, for student athletes. But, the digital side of this is enormous. I think the starting earlier, right? A few years, call it 5 to 6 years ago, maybe 5 to 10 years ago, the sophomores were looked at a little bit, and freshmen not so much. And I'll tell you now, freshmen, sophomore are big time on the radar. If you're a junior and you're not at least on the radar, it's a longer road. If you're a senior and you're not on the radar, it's a really hard road. We can still help you, and there's still opportunities, but you can't look at me and tell me you think you want to go play at Alabama or Boston College or Syracuse, because it's a little late. So I tell you, it's starting earlier, and then just the use of technology is so much different.
How has COVID and no fall football impacted recruiting this year? Has it made it more difficult, I imagine?
You know what, it has. It really has. We've learned a lot. I think we got stronger from it, just like I think, students and the student athletes get stronger from dealing with adversity. But, the schedule gets all thrown off. I mean, I could tell you, this month, this day, this is what we'd be doing, because we know it and we've done it for a while. The NCAA, basically with the dead period, which means they can't travel, you can't go see them. I've got a player here in Tyler Zalkowski who, looked to commit to a Division I school, who couldn't make the normal visit and meet with the college coaches and go on that normal visit and have that. And he did his due diligence. There were virtual tours, so you had to figure it out. And he's in a great spot. But even the COVID has affected the NCAA allowing the student athletes in school to roll over another year. So Division III schools, 2 schools, 1 schools, there's just fewer scholarships. And at the Division III level, there's fewer opportunities. You could talk to Coach Fitzpatrick from, Cortland. You could talk to Coach Fagiano from Utica. They'll tell you the same thing. And it's made it hard, because they don't know exactly what their roster is going to be in some case, so how much opportunity. They don't want to bring in guys that, might not be able to contribute, because they don't want them to get disenfranchised and leave. I feel bad for the coaches. It's a tougher road. I feel really bad for the kids, because, they lost the season, and now we're going to have a shortened season in the spring. But it's not the same, and time escapes you in a very finite window of 4 years of high school. This was pretty devastating for a lot of young men and women.
We really enjoyed the college fair tonight. I know you wore a microphone for us, and heard you interacting a little bit with some of the recruiters over there and some of the players. How important is it to have that one-on-one, and you as somebody that represents or helps players, how do you kind of sell them to the different colleges that are here?
You know, I think it's critically important to develop that rapport. You know, these coaches have a lot to do. They have, you know, in some cases limited budget. New York State is not an easy state to recruit like some others because it's so spread out. I mean, if you look at, you know, the downstate kids in Long Island, New York City, you know, and go across, you know, upstate from, you know, Albany to Syracuse and Rochester and Buffalo, it's pretty cut up. So I think in developing that rapport, we develop a trust. They know when they get our information that it's verified information, and that we try and fit the right student with the right school. Ultimately, it's the student athletes and their family's choice. But you know, we see a lot. We see the coaches, and you can kind of see when there's a personality and a makeup of a student athlete that kind of gels well with a college and the college coaches there, because it's important. They need to. They're going to spend, you know, 4 years of their life. They need to like these coaches, these men that they're going to be working with, and you know, we try and facilitate that really well. And I think, you know, the more that we know about them, the more interaction we have. I can tell, you know, a lot of the times I was asking, hey coach, what's your need for this year? What's your need for next year? And you get an idea who has more opportunity and maybe the right opportunity. So again, the one-on-one is big for us. That's our key.
We were just speaking to the Brockport head coach, Jason Mangone, and he was really impressed with some of the juniors that he's seen out here, and you mentioned even the sophomores. I mean, these days, recruiting starts early.
Absolutely. Coach Mangone does a great job. Kudos to him and his program. He's a great guy. Like him a lot. We definitely have one player going there next year already, and he does a good job with that program. He is he's one of the guys, and you look at the state of New York, we have Division I schools in football, don't have any Division II, and then we have Division III. So, you know, I think he does a really good job at his level, you know, recruiting guys. I will tell you, you know, I think they're all looking at, you know, their sophomores, because, you know, we're sitting here and the seniors are going to play their season and wrap it up in, you know, April. And I think if you win your section, you might be May 1st. You know, the fall season is going to fire up here in a couple months after. So the guys that are sophomores are darn near juniors, and the guys that are juniors now are almost seniors. So it's a weird year. I got to tell you, it's totally different. The time scale is on its ear. So smart coaches are looking real hard, even at the Division III level, at the guys that are wearing the red shirts tonight that are juniors.
We were speaking earlier with Andre Fontenette, wide receiver coach over at McQuaid, former standout at SU, and we were talking about the quality of players here in New York State, and Andre was mentioning that he feels that Syracuse should be really recruiting some of these guys in New York. We always love to see guys stay in New York, play at the university. Why do you think maybe we haven't seen more guys go to Syracuse?
You know, it puzzles me every year, right? I'll throw Syracuse in there. I will throw the University of Buffalo in there, right? And I know Syracuse SU is where Coach Fontenette played at, and obviously, you know, kudos to him. A great season last year with McQuaid. I'm sure they'll do well again this year. But I'll tell you, it's maybe because of the changeover in coaches, and there hasn't been a long stability. You know, I think Coach Babers is doing a great job. I think Coach Leopold does a great job too at UB. But I think, you know, there hasn't been a long-standing stability, so I think they're going for, you know, bigger markets. I think it's a heck of a lot easier to recruit. You would think being close. I don't have a great answer for you. I would love to see more of, you know, the New York talent stay at home so we could see them play and go to those schools that we all watched growing up,
sure, and
that we get to see on Saturdays. But and I think we're raising the bar. I think it's getting better as far as how many guys are playing at, you know, playing all together, moving from high school to college, and then playing at D2 or D1. I think we're getting better numbers. So I'm confident that it will come back around. You know, it just takes one of those guys to shine a little
sure,
bit, and then they start, hey, let's look in our own backyard a little bit.
You mentioned earlier Tyler Zalkowski that is going to Albany from Aquinas. You have some other guys that you probably are working to get to certain colleges. Tell us a little bit about some of the guys that you are helping represent here tonight.
Absolutely. Tyler's a great example. I mean, if I could have, you know, if I can have as many Tylers as we could make, you get a great high academic individual, a hard worker, you know, committed to the game, right? He is exactly what we want, right? He takes direction, but he works hard on his own. Great players. Some of the other players that I think, you know, need mention, you know, that are here. Jaden, who I think you had interviewed earlier from New Rochelle, he is a quarterback, 2021 state champion, over at New Rochelle. Jaden is a hard-working guy that I think, with his program, and it's a heavy run offense being a quarterback, I think he's got to find the right fit. And I think he's one that, will really, help a program because he is versatile. And if you saw him throw and you see his body makeup, I mean, the kid's a strong kid, explosive player. I would tell you, I've got, guys from seniors down to juniors. I'll hit some of the, seniors, and that I had earlier. Running back Daniel McShane from Averill Park. Running back, super fast, high-level guy. He's looking at a number of schools, some of the schools that were here. I will tell you, one of the players that couldn't make it was Sean Green from Farmingdale. He actually had problems on the highway getting here, so I hope everybody's safe and whatnot. But he's a Farmingdale offensive and defensive lineman. R.J. Wolcott is from Tonawanda. He's a long snapper and an O lineman, D lineman, kind of a utility player as well. He'll probably commit to one of the schools that was here pretty soon. He's a bright guy, does great stuff. I will Lewis Robinson from Utica Proctor, linebacker. Big kid, saw him here in person, loved his linebacker drills, loved how fierce and competitive he was. He's a 2021 with a number of opportunities. I think he's going to be just a diamond in the rough for a school that gets him to go play linebacker for him. And then I'll move on to some of our 22s, like Mitchell Bulling from Honeoye Falls Lima. Started as a sophomore, great kid, plays defensive end, plays O-line, smart individual. Really excited to see him play this spring. He's become a leader in the weight room and on the field. He's taken ownership in the program, done really impressive stuff. Paris Smiley from McQuaid. Talk about an athlete. Guy is a indoor and outdoor track guy, defensive back. He'll play receiver this year for Coach Bates over at McQuaid too. Another strong, high academic individual. Really excited to see him compete because I think he's a guy that is going to be a Division I player. Another one that I've got is Jamar Ballard Jr., running back. Big kid. I mean, he took the offseason, he took the COVID situation and leveraged it to get bigger, faster, stronger. He is a beast. He played his first 2 years at CBA in Syracuse. He's going to play for Cicero North Syracuse for CNS. They have a strong program. Probably would have been one of the favorites to go to the state championship if we were having a state title. Some other players that I have, I think you saw some of the quarterbacks, like Aiden Kennedy was on the show. He's a Southwestern product. Another one, tall, big guy, strong arm. Trey Kleitz is another 2022 quarterback out of Iroquois. We've got Sean Riley from Aquinas, another multi-sport athlete, good baseball player, great football player, runs really well, great sense for the ball. He's going to do great stuff for Coach Anacino. Shadavies Williams is a 23 from Bishop Ludden. He's here, expecting some good stuff for him. Zach Meacham's a 2022 that's here. His younger brother, Matt Meacham. So Zach's a linebacker and a running back. He'll play both ways for HFL and be a starter. And then his younger brother, Matt, is a 2024 quarterback with a big upside. You'll see him out here today in one of the white shirts. And then Jack Vandenbush, a 2022 from Aquinas. He'll be a guy that I think at D-end is going to surprise Section 5, with his ability. He's a big kid, 6'3", 225, another one who's kind of a weight room junkie, but he's also a guy who, works with Mo Jackson in his speed school. I mean, you're talking about guys that make big commitment because they want it, and Jack has impressed me. Another one, Gavin Sussfolk, is from the Buffalo area. Gavin's a great kid, 2022. He's one that when I was walking around, a couple of the coaches had asked me about him, and I think he's one that is going to show extremely well this year. Justin Pawarchuk's a 2022, also from the Buffalo area. I think he's had a good camp. One of the coaches told me that they noticed him right away. They thought maybe the red shirt gave him away as a 22, but they had told me, geez, if he's a 21, I'd take him right now. So, and then I've got I don't know if you saw if you guys did the video for the kickers and the special teams guys. Alec Reynolds is actually from Wayne, plays for Coach Marine. I think he booted a 50-yarder
Wow.
tonight inside the inside Pinnacle tonight. So he's going to be a guy as a junior. He's a kicker and a punter that works with Coach Watts, who's here too. He's going to do some good stuff. I think. The only other one I got to mention, there's another 2024 that plays with Matt Meacham at HFL. His name happens to be Giovanni Deanna, who's a running back and linebacker. So I'll leave it at that because I think you probably know I think pretty highly of him too, just based on a couple things, but that's all.
Does he have skills like his father?
Actually, I think he's a much better defensive player than his dad was. He definitely likes to run into things more than Dad did. Dad liked to throw it and then watch a defense play, whereas son likes to hit people, and he's a runner that I have to teach him to try and avoid tacklers instead of trying to truck everyone. But he'll get there. He's young yet, but no, he's just giddy to be here and. It's good. It's really good.
It's great. Now, we're having a lot of fun tonight, and just hearing you talk, Coach, I know you love this event. You love high school football. You love helping these guys out. And what more can you say? But thank you for all you do, and enjoy the rest of the showcase. And best of luck as the recruiting process continues.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for doing this. Thanks for putting this out. I know a lot of kids are anxious to, get that live stream. I know it's going to help us cut, tape for guys because we haven't had a season. Coaches that are watching, hopefully they're getting, a great snapshot of New York State, football, and they're getting the opportunity to view it. And thank you guys for what you do, and hopefully I'll see you at the next one.
Sounds like a plan. Coach Steve Deanna, thank you so much for your time as the showcase continues. We got about 40 minutes left here in the second session of the night. We're watching the quarterbacks and the wide receivers along with the DBs here in action. Once again, we have over 300 athletes in attendance, 32 colleges represented. It's been a great night of football. These players, coaches excited to be back out on the field, getting coached up by some of the best coaches in New York State. Once again, we're coming to you from the Pinnacle Athletic Complex in Victor, New York. Beautiful facility for this event. This is the third annual football showcase. We've heard from a number of players and coaches tonight. We really appreciate them stopping by, offering their perspective, their thoughts on this event.
Yeah, it's nice to get a couple different perspectives from the attendees to the coaches. It's just, it seems like everybody's having a good night, and rightfully so. This is a well put together event by Coach Marine and all the volunteers that helped him out. I know it wasn't just him, he had a lot of people helping him, and they put together a really nice showcase especially with so many kids. I mean, I can only imagine the logistics that went into this event, but everything's running smoothly, and we appreciate all the help we got, and we appreciate the players and coaches coming and being part of the broadcast.
Yeah, just trying to organize an event like this with 300 players in attendance. It's quite an amazing feat, and this has gone off like clockwork. Everything has been sticking to the schedule, and it's just a well-organized, well-attended event. Dave Marine is a big reason behind that. Once again, we are in field session number 2. We got about 40 minutes or so left until we wrap things up tonight. We hope to speak to Coach Marine when all is said and done, get his thoughts on this third annual showcase. Players in the blue jerseys are seniors, red jerseys are juniors, and the white are sophomores.
We have another guest joining us now, Patrick. Coach Kurt Fitzpatrick from Cortland. Thank you. Can you hear us okay?
I got you not through the headsets.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
Yep, we can hear you okay.
We got you, Coach.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, I do have you guys now.
Oh, okay, good.
Well, Coach, first of all, thank you for joining us, being a part of this showcase. What has this event been like for you and your staff to evaluate this talent tonight?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been great. We've got myself and 3 of my assistant coaches here. It feels good to get back to doing something that feels normal to us as coaches, and got a lot of talented kids out there tonight who are working really hard and really putting in the work and showing what they have, and it's just been a great event, and we're excited about being here.
How difficult has the recruiting process been this year, given COVID? No football in the fall has presented probably some challenges for you.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's been a challenge. Just the way we've had to evaluate players, evaluating off of junior film, and we're recruiting kids who haven't played football in such a long time. So it's been a little bit of a challenge, but also trying to get to know the prospects, and got to trust the high school coach and their evaluation a little bit more, and on the flip side, just managing our own rosters at the college level, and which of our seniors are going to come back for an extra year, and how much room do we have for the 2021 class. So there's been some challenges for sure, but definitely a lot of talented players out there who are going to be great college players. So that's still been the same.
What goes into the evaluation process from your perspective when you see these guys out here? What do you look for in a potential player that would go to college?
Yeah, I think the high school coaches out here today running the drills have been doing a good job. We want to see guys move. When you're at a showcase like this, we don't care what scheme they're running. We want to see them run. We want to see them change direction. We want to see guys that have good body language, that are supporting the other campers out there. Listen to them be coached. See if they can take coaching, and just see if they compete. We like to see guys that finish drills, that do all the things fundamentally sound. But just seeing them out there moving around, and they're having fun. The kids are having fun, which is the most important part.
Is there a particular area of need that you're looking at tonight, or are you just evaluating everybody on the field?
Yeah, we're just evaluating everybody. Certainly the earlier session with some of the big guys out there, O-line, D-line, every program always needs you need to win the line of scrimmage and win up front, and then out here now with the skill players, wide receivers, defensive backs, quarterbacks, we just want good football players, and so not only the 2021 seniors, but really some eyes on some of the younger guys who have yet to even play their junior year of high school and will this spring. Hopefully. So, just seeing some of those guys who in the years to come will be on our radar.
Tonight we had the opportunity to watch the college fair and see some of the interaction between the players and the coaches, for them to learn a little bit about the schools, and you get to learn a little bit about them. How important is it to have that one-on-one connection with a player as you recruit them?
Yeah, it's very important. Just the initial meeting at a college fair situation like we had tonight is key, just so they can get to know as much as you can in a quick interaction, get to know about us, and also we can look them in the eye, and it's easier as coaches to put a face to a name when you've met and given an elbow bump to the kids, and just for them to get our contact information, it gets them in our recruiting database, so that when we do turn the page to the 2022 class and 2023 class, that there's already been an introduction that makes it a little bit easier.
Have there been some specific players that have stood out in your mind as you've watched them?
Yeah, there's been some. I've got my sheet in my pocket here. There's been some highlighted numbers, for sure. So yeah, we definitely have benefited from this, for no doubt.
And I know you on a personal front was recently named the head coach at Cortland back in February.
Yep, about a year ago.
Yeah, that's quite a. You were at Mooresville State before going to Cortland.
Correct.
Talk about this opportunity now to coach at Cortland and what this means to you.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited to be at Cortland, a program with such a rich history and tradition, over 100 years of football, a great institution, some great academic reputation, and it's great. You know, I was the head coach at SUNY Morrisville for 7 years, and had a great run there, and just excited to be at Cortland. You know, got hired about a year ago, and in that year we've had only one practice, and things got, the whole world got turned upside down in the last year. But I'm optimistic and excited about the upcoming spring, summer, and next fall, and just really excited to be the head coach at Cortland.
How have you as a coach kept your players motivated during COVID? You really haven't been able to have much contact with them. There's no organized practice. How do you guys kind of stay on the same page?
That's a great question. I'm a big believer in optimism. As any leader and as a head coach, the leader of a football team, you always have to talk about your vision and spin it forward. There's no sense dwelling on where we are now or what we can't do, but try to focus on the light at the end of the tunnel. And there's no doubt in the past 9-10 months, sometimes it didn't seem like there was light at the end of the tunnel, but just trying to keep the optimism and keep the kids working towards a goal and reminding them that we are going to play football again. It's just a matter of when we do, are we going to be as ready as we can be? And so just keeping them focused on moving forward, I think, is the most important thing.
I'm looking at some of your stats when you were at Mooresville State. I know you had a pretty high-powered offense, and you had quarterbacks that were named Conference Players of the Year 3 times. We have some really great talent here in New York when it comes to the quarterback position. We're seeing some of that tonight.
Sure.
What's your impression of what you've seen from the quarterbacks out here?
Well, there's definitely some talented guys out here. Both guys that are wearing blue T-shirts that are seniors, class of 2021, but also some younger guys who can really throw it. And Coach Kinder running the quarterback drills, a tremendous quarterback coach. And so there's definitely some talent. You see the ball zipping around. I get the feeling when we get to one-on-ones here in a minute, you're really going to see some special throws. And any college program, if you don't have a quarterback that can physically get it done, but who also is the face and leader of the program, all of us college coaches want quarterbacks who are going to be the CEO of our program. And there are a couple guys out here tonight that I think have those traits.
With the high school football season getting ready to start here soon, what's the next month, 2 months going to be like for you and your staff? It's different from last year, obviously.
Sure, yeah, totally different. Yeah, we're going to be focused if our campus can stay healthy. We're going to be focused on getting our current team out there and getting some on-field work, which normally in the springtime, you only have a 5-week period. We can go the whole semester if we can, and the weather allows it. So that'll be a focus. But then seeing our recruits, both guys that are already committed in the class of 2021, celebrating their senior season and really being able to focus on that. Normally we can't go out and watch high school games because we're busy with our own season, typically in the fall, but I'm excited to get out and go see some games if fans are allowed. But then if not, checking in and watching the film of those guys. And I know that we'll have a few spots in our recruiting class still available in this 2021 class, and a lot of those spots will be filled by guys who impress us here in the upcoming season, so we're excited about that.
I know you're excited probably to get back and watch some of these players in action. The quarterbacks are out on the field as we speak, so Coach Fitzpatrick, we're going to let you go back to watching the guys in action, but we want to thank you for your time and being a part of the showcase, and good luck to you and Cortland as you look ahead to the season.
Well, thanks a lot. I really appreciate you guys having me on, and thanks for what you guys do to really showcase these players and help them in their recruiting. Appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. Thanks again.
Thank you, Coach.
That's Coach Kurt Fitzpatrick, the head coach at Cortland, joining us here at the football showcase as we are now into the last half hour of action. And as Coach alluded to, we're going to really start seeing some of these quarterbacks light it up a little bit and really show off their arm strength. I think that'll be fun as this showcase starts to wind down a little bit.
I think they usually wrap up the event with some one-on-ones, getting the wide receivers out there with the cornerbacks and get the quarterbacks rotating in, making throws. So that's always a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to finishing off with that tonight.
So once again, we are watching the wide receivers and the quarterbacks along with the DBs.
And once again, give a shout out to our videographers tonight, doing an amazing job. It's a lot going on and a lot to follow all the action. So thank you, Joe Growecki, Chris Van Camp, and Kyle Sanson, trying to cover everything going on here tonight. You guys are doing a fantastic job.
Hats off to those guys for all their hard work, capturing some of the great pictures that we are presenting tonight. Hopefully everybody is enjoying the live stream from across the country as you get a chance to watch some of the best high school football players in New York State showcase their talents.
Yeah, it was great. You know, one thing I noticed, Patrick, it's as we move from the previous year's showcase to this one, is the region that the kids are attending from has expanded. The first few years, I know it was predominantly local kids, and this year, I mean, we have kids all the way down from the city, from Long Island, attending all over the rest of the state. I mean, it's a big state, but people making the trip up just to attend the showcase, and I think that alone says a lot.
It definitely shows that players across the state are learning about this showcase. This is the 3rd annual, and each year something new is happening here at the showcase. This year was the addition of the college fair. So people, coaches and players are learning about the opportunity to come to this great event, and we certainly have had a great response this year. There you see some of the DBs getting coached up there, a little meeting with the coach. There's number 79, Eric Sparkman from Henninger, wide receiver. This is Kashawn Gibson, number 13 from Rush Henrietta. He's local here from Section 5. He's 6'1", 155 pounds. Cornerback and wide receiver. There you see some of the coaching taking place as it's getting a lot of one-on-one attention, which is great to see. As Coach Marine mentioned at the beginning, all these players should walk away learning something tonight that they can take with them that'll help improve their game.
Yeah, I think he mentioned something about 1 coach per 8 players. I think it was about 8 players, which is a remarkable number for a showcase. Usually you're 1 and maybe 30 or 40 in terms of coaches to players. But we've seen this tonight. These kids are getting a lot of individual coaching as well as group coaching, and I think that personal touch is just something that really takes this showcase to another level, is the amount of things that kids can take out of this, feeling like they were actually a part of it, not just a number here.
Looks like we have about 2 minutes. I don't know if you heard the coach yell, but I think we have 2 minutes left in this drill. And we'll move on to something else.
Yeah, there should be a few more drills left, and then before the end of the night, we're going to be joined by Coach Marine himself.
We're looking forward to that.
Yeah, get his thoughts on how things went, and share any stories that came out tonight. It's always fun talking to Coach.
Coach Marine has a passion for the game of football. He's the head coach over at Wayne Central, and he is the founder of the Football Showcase Elite Athletics.
Year in, year out, always a competitive program there with Wayne. Always seem to end up battling it out with Livonias and HFLs and Batavias.
Coach Marine just blowing the whistle there. Players are getting ready for the next drill. It's just remarkable how well organized this event is. Everything is stayed on schedule. Players have been focused on what they need to do. Coaches gathering out on the field, the college recruiters, just kind of talking amongst each other.
I've even noticed the water breaks being right on schedule. So, yeah, things are running smoothly.
That's just a credit to Dave and everybody that helps him put this event on. As you can imagine, a lot of planning goes into such an event like this. Originally, it was scheduled for November, but because of COVID, it was pushed to today, January 30th.
Yeah, and that was really the hard thing too, Patrick, is this had to be, the original date had to be canceled like just a few days before. So they were ready. They had done all the planning. They had basically everything done, ready to go. And then, you know, they made the sensible decision based on science and where we were with COVID to push it back. And they were able to do so. And, you know, Dave stressed upon it, and we heard from him earlier, and we've been talking about it tonight. The, you know, the safety protocols really were put in place very stringent, and everybody has been following them very well. While we have a break, we'll take a look at some of those protocols for anybody wondering what that's been like here.
Yep, all the players had to go through a health screening, get their temperatures checked. Masks have been required on the field. Players have been sanitizing their hands before entering the field tonight, maintaining social distancing, and just a great effort by the facility and Dave and his people to keep everybody safe tonight. So I think we're getting ready soon for some of these one-on-one drills. See Coach Marine addressing the players. Seniors wearing the blue t-shirts tonight. Juniors in red, and the sophomores in white. See the eyes of the players, how focused they are on Coach Marine's words. Want to thank our sponsors as well, presented by Prepstar and CRENYS Pizzeria. Some of our sponsors, you see some other folks that are helping us out tonight. Thank them for their support. It would not be possible without them. I want to thank some of our guests that have joined us tonight. Talked to the head football coach at Brockport, Jason Mangone, Paul Vosberg, head football coach at St. John Fisher College. We just finished talking to Kurt Fitzpatrick, head football coach at Cortland. So a lot of colleges represented here tonight.
Looks like all the action about to happen right in front of us.
See some of the quarterbacks getting ready to work with the wide receivers. We spoke earlier tonight with James Knapp. We'll see him as one of the quarterbacks. And we'll also be hearing from or seeing Tyler Zalkowski, the quarterback from Aquinas, who's going to Albany. They're getting ready to show off their arms as we get some one-on-one drills. There's Knapp, closest to the camera.
Try to alternate as much as we can here so you can see as many of these individual drills as possible.
We got the seniors here on the right side in the blue t-shirts, and then we got the primarily the juniors and some sophomores working on the other side of the field. As we mentioned, we got 50 quarterbacks here along with 80 wide receivers.
Great look here from behind the action.
This is Rhett Dara from Saranac Lake Red Storm, wearing number 61.
Nice fingertip catch there on the sideline. That was, trying to pick out a number here, number 86.
That's Dylan Hernandez from Newark Senior High School.
Great catch.
5'10", 195 pounds. It's a nice diving catch there by Jamie McWhorter.
A little double move.
Good chance for the coaches to assess the quarterback's arm strength along with the receiver's speed and agility and ability to run different routes. Definitely got some guys here that can really sling the football. There's a nice catch there by number 38, Mark Sanders from Notre Dame Batavia. Have a couple of sophomores throwing the football around. That's Liam Wheeler from Victor.
Yeah, good battle right there. Nice
23.
throw.
See Tyler Zalkowski and James Knapp now out there at quarterback. It's a nice pass there. Knapp with the completion to Scotty Parr from UPrep, number 20. Got about 13 minutes or so left here in the second field session of the night, second and final, as we watch the quarterbacks, wide receivers, and DBs show off some of their skills.
And we have Coach Marine now with us.
Coach Marine, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
It's been a great night, and I know these players and coaches that we've talked to have really enjoyed participating in the showcase. What's it been like for you to see this event finally come together? I know it's been a long time, but we're here tonight and things are going great.
No, I'm excited. It's a long time coming. 100% with you. Not only for these young men, just not playing football. This is the first time in 41 years I haven't been coaching in the fall, and to be able to finally have this, we had to set up in November, had to move things around to pull it off. I'm ecstatic. I actually kind of got a little emotional at the beginning talking with the high school coaches as we were getting ready to go, just because the reality of finally coaching ball and seeing these kids, and they're hungry. The kids have been unbelievable. Wearing their mask, we haven't had to tell one kid about it. They've been coachable. I think too much in this world we talk about our youth and not making good decisions, and these kids are the exact opposite of that. They're very professional the way they carry themselves. I couldn't be more proud of the young men that have been out here, both in the first session and this session, and have all the college coaches here in person and the college coaches online watching this, and I've been very, very happy how well it's gone tonight.
Seeing the players and getting an opportunity to speak to them, as you always talk about, they want to take something from this event that can make them a better football player, and I think they're getting that thanks to the great coaching that your staff is providing and everybody that's helping out tonight. These players are going to go away with some knowledge that'll help them going forward.
Yeah, you know, we talked about three things. One, get out of here healthy. 2, be coachable. And 3, enjoy it. You know, a lot of these kids wear different colored jerseys and go against each other. And I said the only thing that's going to separate you in jersey is your class, and that's the only reason why you have a different colored jersey. Other than that, we're one big fraternity. And I said, your last goal is to walk off this field a better young man and a better football player. And I told them at the beginning, if they didn't get better tonight being here, that was on them, because the elite coaching staff we have out there is outstanding. Hence why I can be up here and feel comfortable that things are being run well down there.
Talk about some of the coaches that are here tonight. We had Andre Fontenette with us earlier. I know he's out there coaching. Steve Lein is also involved. This event would not be possible without the support of so many people, including the coaches in this area.
No question. They are everything behind the scenes and then some. We had an amount of Zoom meetings we had on prior to this, phone calls and texts, and changing things and adjusting and letting them know that, hey, by the way, Coach Leon, I need somebody to cover for running backs. Can you do that? And you got 70 running backs, but I got you 6 coaches. Can you figure out how to, without hesitation, him, Coach Russ, Coach Weimer from Brighton. The list just goes on. Coach Jackson, Coach Kinder we brought in with the quarterbacks. It's just been outstanding.
And speaking of the coaches that you have here, we were just talking about how many coaches you have as compared to how many campers and how many kids here for the showcase, and what individual coaching opportunities there have been that we've seen tonight. How much of an importance was that to you to get that individual experience for some of these kids?
To me, that was crucial. I think we were having pretty much a 1 to every 8 kids, which was a great ratio. So not only are they getting looks from college coaches, they're getting coached up and getting that individual attention. I think sometimes you get some of these showcases and it's just, all right, we got you signed up, here's Tanya, just go. And the amount of college coaches and parents that have texted me, and the players that have come up and said how well organized it was, and it's truly an honor to hear that, but it just makes me feel great because of the fact of all the coaches that make that organization happen.
One of the big additions to the showcase this year has been the college fair, and talking to the players, they really appreciated the opportunity to have that one-on-one interaction with the coaches, a chance for them to kind of introduce themselves and learn about these schools. I know that was critical for you to have the college fair this year.
That was such an integral part. The last 2 years we've run this, we've had 20 college coaches here or so, but at the end it was just like a free-for-all. This coach trying to get this coach or this kid trying. So I just felt like the coaches weren't getting the best situation to recruit as many kids and I felt like the kids were getting short end because it wasn't set up. It was no time specifically set up for them to meet with them. And bringing on Coach Kramer with the founder of Let It Fly Camps was integral. We were able to get 20-plus college coaches here because of the COVID restrictions they had. We had about 10 college coaches that and programs that had to be online. But we had 50 college coaches here, so we had a coach. If I came from St. John Fisher, I had my head coach here, I had my line coach over there, my DB coach there, so everybody got a chance to do it. But what was beautiful about that, they got a chance for 45 minutes to an hour to meet and greet the kids prior, put a name with a number, talk to them, get to know a little bit about them, and now go out and watch their skill. And that connection, I think, is very imperative for these college coaches because the lack of interaction we've had with the pandemic and having to do everything through Zoom, and that connection for a college coach is crucial. And I think it's even more important for the player to say, what is this college coach about? What is the program about? Well, now I can interact with them. It gives me an opportunity to do that.
We had the chance to interview a number of college coaches that are here tonight, including Jason Mangone from Brockport, Paul Vosberg from St. John Fisher, along with the new football coach at Cortland, Coach Fitzpatrick. They just seem to love this event. Like, this is a great opportunity to get so many people together for them to make their evaluations. They're really impressed with how well organized this showcase is. For you personally, when you hear those type of comments, knowing all the hard work you put into this, it has to mean a lot that, you know, your baby has kind of come together. Yeah, very, very, very happy. You know, I'm excited to go back to watch the live stream, but to hear you say that, Patrick, is great. And a lot of time and effort went into it, and it's nice to see it to come to fruition. And I can't thank Varsity Media enough, Patrick, you and Joel and Ben, for you guys being a part of this. Now you're getting with the fact that a lot of parents, the spectators can't be here, they can watch it at home. You know, it's so crucial, and the college coaches that can't be here can watch it from home. So it just really kind of brings it all in together and all into one. So I thank you guys very much. I also want to thank Prepstar with Steve Deanna for his sponsorship. I want to thank Priscilla Gamer and Huntington Learning Center and coming on board and sponsorship. I think that's a key piece moving forward. I hope to build a relationship with them because the academic piece and helping these kids with SATs and ACTs and subject matter, they can have the great skill in the field, but if they don't have the academic piece, it's a challenge for kids to open as many doors as they can. And I think having them be here was another big piece. Clemenza's Pizzeria with Mike Giudice sponsoring the pizza for the football coaches, and nothing better than football coaches getting fed at a showcase. So I really thank you guys very much for everything you do and all your support. You bet, Coach. It's a pleasure for us to be here and get a chance to see these players in action. And I know you're proud of everybody that's involved in this production. And wish you the best and look forward to next year, the 4th annual. Yes,
Absolutely.
sir. Thank you guys very much again.
Thank you, Coach.
You bet. Once again, that's Coach Dave Marine, the founder of the New York State Elite Athletics, the guru behind this football showcase. It's great to have the opportunity to spend a few minutes with Dave as we wind down the showcase. Got about 3 minutes or so left. I know Dave will probably talk to the group once things wrap up. We're watching the quarterbacks and wide receivers in action right now. We want to thank everybody that's been watching the live stream tonight.
Yeah, we hope everybody tuning in, hopefully from around the country, got to enjoy the coverage. This is, again, we tried to show as much as we can. It's hard with a lot of things going on all at once, but, you know, certainly didn't mean to cut anybody out if that happened, but we just tried to show as much as we can. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this tonight.
It's been 4.5 hours of wall-to-wall coverage here at the Pinnacle Sports Athletic Complex. Once again, Coach Marine getting ready to put a bow on this 3rd annual event. Over 300 players here tonight. These players excited that they will be back on the field soon. New York State getting the go-ahead to start high school football. We obviously are looking forward to it as well on the Varsity Media Network.
Yeah, looking forward to being out there for a lot of games this year. It's going to be a condensed season, I believe, for football, for high school football, but can't wait to be out there bringing live coverage for everybody to watch.
I can't say enough about how talking on the live stream, and too many times, the media talks about our youth and the bad they make. This is a perfect example that our youth takes care of business and does the right thing. But don't just do it between the lines because someone's evaluating. Because guess what? Always being a and it's not always just on your football skill. When I'm 80 years old, this world's going to keep going because of you guys. So make sure you do everything right. Make sure every time you get up, you best son, brother, whatever it is, best student, best football player, basketball player, whatever it is, be the best at what you do. And then check your mirror at the end. Before you go to bed, or before you figure out watching all those TikToks and everything else you watch. All right? But before you do, look yourself in the mirror. And I'm serious about that. It's not corny. Look yourself. Ask yourself, was I better today? And listen, I'm you. There's many times my wife tells me when I was, all right? So, not be better, that's all right. But learn from it. Learn from it. Because you are always being evaluated. Always being evaluated. Your character will always come out when nobody's watching. And do what you need to do. High school coach, let's give him a round of applause for all the help they. Great job, man. Great job. Okay? Live stream will be up forever, pretty much. Go on, you can re-watch it. Probably in a week or so, they'll give me the links to the individual positions so I can upload those and we'll put it on the website. Take advantage. You guys are so much more technically sound than I am. Take advantage and feel free to pull those. Send them out. Tweet stuff out. Okay? You guys can take advantage of social media. Okay? But take advantage in the right way. Don't abuse it. Okay? So listen, that's as simple as a highlight film. Because I guarantee if you ask any college coach, mute when they watch highlight film, so don't get caught up in what the music is. The only time you should be caught up in it is making sure that it's not swearing. When you post things, they're there forever, even if you delete it. Make sure to post things that are going to represent you. Because if they don't know about you, all they know is about social media. Right? Your best representation of who you are all the time. We got that? 2 claps if we had fun. Better. 3 claps if we were injury-free. Hands up right here in the air. Give yourself some space. I'm going to say New York on 3 because gentlemen. 2, 3.
There you have it, Coach Dave Marine offering his final thoughts to the players here at the 3rd Annual New York State Elite Athletics Football Showcase and College Fair. And Joel, what a special night it has been for us and for the players. It's one to remember.
Always a lot of fun. I mean, we knew it would be. We've been looking forward to this for a while, since all the way back in November, early December, when it was supposed to happen the first time. And just a first-class organization, everybody that we've dealt with throughout this whole process. A big shout-out to all these kids who took the time, kids who traveled, and the local kids who just keep putting in the work and are trying to make themselves better and, trying to be seen. And we want to wish all of them a great season this year. We're all looking forward to it as well.
That's right. The season will be starting soon, and we are anxiously awaiting to get back out there and bring you more high school football from throughout the state of New York. We want to thank all the players and coaches that joined us tonight for the broadcast. It's been a pleasure to get a chance to meet these players and learn a little bit about themselves, and also hear from the recruiters. And it's just been fun. As Coach Marine said at the beginning, let's have fun. And we had some fun tonight.
Yeah, he promised fun, and it was. And once again, a big thank you to all our videographers, Kyle Sanson, Chris Van Camp, and Joe Krowecki. You guys did an amazing job, as always. Wouldn't expect anything less, so thank you very much. And Patrick, thank you for all the work you put into this, and you just did a great job tonight, and glad to be a part of this.
You bet, Joel. Same to you and everybody else here at the Pinnacle Athletic Complex. We want to thank everybody that's been watching the stream tonight. You've been watching the 2021 New York State Elite Athletics Football Showcase and College Fair from the Pinnacle Athletic Complex in Victor, New York. For all of us at Varsity Media Network, have a good night, everyone.